So, yo, what's going on, Sapphire? So, what's happening, party people? So right off the bat, my whole setup is gonna be like kind of funky. Playing the game on my primary screen, where I normally have OBS. OBS is now pushed to the side, so I got to look over here to see chat. What's going on, people? All right. So right off the bat, I want to thank the Discord server for voting on this game. This is game 2 of 3 that was tied in a vote in the Discord server. It was this, God of War 2, and Spyro Attack of the Rhinox. And I will be playing all 3 of those just because it was tied. I'll be playing all 3 of those in alphabetical order. That seems the most fair to me. So today is Slay the Princess. And then once we're done with Slay the Princess, Spyro. More Spyro. One that I haven't played, or at least one that I didn't play enough of to really stick in my memory. All right. Some other just admin stuff. I'm gonna be making a formal announcement video at some point, but just stuff I got going on. I'm planning on maybe changing how I do VODs in the new year, which is, I know, months away. I'm planning on some stuff for the affiliate anniversary stream, which is going to be on Halloween or November 1st. November 1st was the first official affiliate stream, but the Halloween stream with Resident Evil 8 last year is the one that got me to affiliate. So, yeah. I'm planning on some stuff for that, but that is, again, some months away. But something else that I have started, I really kind of looked at everything I was doing, around the internet. Kill All Film Majors, the shorts and stuff on YouTube. I'm planning on, expanding the brand, as it were, maybe starting an Instagram or something for Reels. Another place to put the YouTube shorts. But I do have now just a little tip jar. I do have a Patreon. This is really nothing more than just a tip jar. The first tier is just for if you want to help me out financially in any way. But the second tier, which is the two tiers as of time of recording, are $3 and $6. $3 is just my personal thank you, and a $6 monthly donation will get your name read out before streams. That's just starting out. I have some other stuff planned, but yeah, if you want to help me out, there's now a Patreon, which helps me more directly. They don't take nearly as much as Twitch does off the top. I started reviving my Twitter. I'm out of Twitter. I feel way better being out of Twitter, which is why I'm hesitant to start an Instagram. I have a lot of friends on Instagram. I was hanging around with some people one day, and everybody was on their phone scrolling their Instagram, and they were like, "Look at you, loser! You're the only one not scrolling Instagram." And I'm like, it's not really for me, because in my head Instagram is only for like pictures and stuff, selfies, like how's my day going, that kind of vapid yeah, just kind of self-congratulatory. But I mean, they also do video content, which is what I make. So it really doesn't make sense for me not to be on Instagram. So there will be an Instagram soon, which is where some shorts will go up as Reels. I think it's Instagram Reels. But also, I just finished recording, as in like 10 minutes ago, I just finished recording a new series of shorts. There will be, on the YouTube channel, there will be a break from the gameplay shorts from the VODs, and there will be a series of 44 shorts going up. It's a project that I actually technically started last year, but I'm gonna be starting. I just finished recording, and now I just need to edit down these 44 shorts. That's gonna be fun. But yeah, that's just some quick admin stuff going on. So I'm planning stuff for the end of October. I'm planning stuff into the new year. There's a Patreon now, and there will be a formal like announcement video because this VOD is not going up until the earliest December. The latest, probably more realistically, January. So if you're seeing this, it's probably already the new year, which is part of the reason I'm planning on changing stuff up in 2025, because the difference between when we go live and when the VODs go up for you people on YouTube, the gap just keeps getting bigger and bigger. My only problem with Insta is that it's photo based. I mean, if you want to post, have to have a photo. Unlike Twitter, I can just write a text post. That's fair. Like I said, they also allow like reels and stuff. They allow like video-based content, which is a majority of what I do. And I mean, I could always, there's always the easiest thing you could do for that, Sapphire. Make a kind of not generic image, but make a like branded image for your channel. Like whether it's your profile picture, or make like a special looking banner that just says like announcement, so that you're able to still post on Instagram, and it's really just a sort of little flag that you can wave to your followers being like, hey, this is a post from Ethereal Sapphire, take a look at this real quick. So, make like a nice little banner, or like a nice little image that you can reuse over and over again, just so people can start to identify your posts. Just a thought. But let's get into it. Let's get into Slay the Princess. I know basically nothing. I know what the game looks like, but this was recommended by Risen, who recommends a lot of great games. Risen plays more games than me, and Risen has a real job, which is ridiculous. So I want to thank Risen for recommending this game. But we do start with a content warning. I don't know what the content of the game is, but I thought I would sit on this screen and read it out for people, just so they are aware. Content warning. This is a horror game, and it is not intended for all audiences. Please visit our website, blacktabbygames.com, them being the developers, if you need a full list of content warnings. Slay the Princess contains flickering image effects as well as a parallax effect that on rare occasions has caused motion sickness in players. If either of these cause health issues for you, you can disable them in the game's preferences. I am going to go to their website real quick just to double check. So we have blacktabbygames.com. Let's just take a real quick look. Content warnings. Slay the Princess. The following is a list of specific content warnings for Slay the Princess. Direct spoilers will be avoided, but if you wish to avoid general spoilers for the game's content, scroll at your own risk. There are rare flashing images in the game, so if that's a health risk for you, please turn them off in the preferences. Anything violent. It can get broken down to visceral, frank violence. Okay, general content warnings. Mild nudity, realistic depictions of mutilation, disembowelment, realistic depictions of knife wounds, loss of self, cosmic horror, existential horror, being eaten alive, disembowelment, suffocation, realistic depictions of acid burns, realistic gore, jump scares, derealization, forced unaliving, loss of bodily autonomy, starvation, unreality, body horror, forced self-mutilation. Same as before, forced unaliving, realistic depictions of graphic violence, self-degloving, realistic flaying, self-immolation, realistic depiction of a bloated corpse, drowning, realistic depiction of burning to death, auditory gore, murder, death, loss of control, verbal abuse, gaslighting, dismemberment, graphic self-decapitation, realistic severed head. So, yeah, that is the laundry list of content warning for this game. Honestly, I might have issues with auditory gore, like the sounds might get to me. I'm actually looking for an artist that can help me finish my rebranding. The new name is just the beginning. Need someone who can help with profile picture, banner. Hundreds of artists that are desperately DMing you for... That's fair. It's always nice to have like a sense of companionship with people that like it's better to like if you're gonna hire somebody to do it, it's better to like hire a friend or something. I forgot how long this list is. Yeah, so that is the laundry list of content warning. I am gonna be pushing forward with the game, but just for you, the audience, watching on Twitch, watching on YouTube, that is just the general, just blanket content warning for the beginning of this game. And now I know a little bit more about this game. Let's see what's going on. Whatever horrors you may find in these dark spaces, have heart and see them through. There are no premature endings. There are no wrong decisions. There are only fresh perspectives and new beginnings. This is a love story. All right. Oh dear. Okay. New game? The Hero and the Princess.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Up the volume a bit? Alright. Ooh.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Yeah, I'm using a different source setting in OBS today, just because I don't normally play games that are like actually on my PC, like streaming games versus like a capture card from console. I very rarely actually play like a Steam or PC game, so I'm using different settings. I'm still... Hope that's good. All right. Okay. Explore. The end of the world. What are you talking about? Explore. Have you considered that maybe the only reason she's going to end the world is because she's locked up? Killing a princess seems kind of bad though, doesn't it? Can't someone else do this? Forget it, I'm not doing this. Regular PS5 is ludicrously expensive, let's be real. Have you considered that maybe I'm okay with the world ending? Do I get some sort of reward for doing this? Oh, okay, thanks for telling me what to do. Sweet, I've always wanted to off a monarch. Viva la revolucion. I mean, eat the rich. Silently continue to the cabin, turn around and leave. Have you considered that maybe the only reason she's going to end the world is because she's locked up?
While I appreciate the mental exercise, we are running up against a bit of a ticking clock. Nevertheless, let me assure you, the princess is locked up because she is dangerous. She is not dangerous because she's locked up. And before you decide to waste even more of our time by asking how I know that, let me suggest a more pragmatic lens through which to view this situation. Causality doesn't matter here, because the end result is the same no matter what led us up to this point. If the princess leaves the cabin, the world will end, and there is no changing that. It's no use arguing semantics over a metaphorical chicken or egg, because the egg is hatched and it's about to ruin everything. Unless, of course, you do your job and slay her. Unfortunately, you're the only one who can pull this off. I don't make the rules. I wish I did, but I don't.
Have you considered that maybe I'm okay with the world ending?
Of course I haven't. Why would I even consider that? Nobody wants the world to end. I mean, maybe some people do, like nihilists, or very, very evil people, but surely you're not one of those, right?
Sure. Sweet. I've always wanted to off a monarch.
That's the spirit. You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them. Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Oh. That's just okay. The player character is just a third person. It's me, the narrator, and the character I'm playing as. Okay. Yeah, I don't even have an Insta, so I'm not too worried about it right now. I just have to, make one. Okay, proceed into the cabin. I guess just
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade.
Okay.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
All right. I will also just say, in terms of the all of those content warnings and stuff, although we do play a lot of like general kind of fun, we play a lot of kids games, a lot of general audiences games. Video games are still an art form, and I'm sorry if the content listed might make people, uncomfortable, but sometimes art does push that boundary. Sometimes art does push into this sort of uncomfortable space. So I guess we can make our own assessment at the end of the game, if it's violence for the sake of violence, or if it's genuinely an intriguing story or idea, because it is so far an interesting idea, but for the most part I think we can save it to the end to really make a statement about it. But yeah, so if again, I'm sorry if the content featured in this game would make people uncomfortable. I don't even know if it's gonna make me uncomfortable. We'll see. But take the blade.
You take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it.
Oh, and my cursor's got a little knife now. Is that an Italian cold steel cinquedilla? Sure looks like a cinquedilla.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice carries up the stairs.
Who's there?
She sounds dangerous. It's almost as if she's the one in charge down here.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation. Good. You're still listening to reason. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world?
Focus on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
Oh? No talking then? Fine. What even makes you think you can kill me? I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it. So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this.
Okay.
You lunge forward without a moment's hesitation. You feel flesh easily give way and look down to see your blade already sinking deep into her heart.
Oh. This is it, isn't it? I'm almost embarrassed. I should have seen that coming. But I have to wonder, do you actually believe this was enough to kill me?
It's like she's convinced she can't die. Yes, even as she lays there dying, she entirely believes herself to be alive and well. But it's over, isn't it? She stopped breathing moments ago, that arrogant look still plastered on her face. But is it over? Really over?
I feel like she has some kind of trick up her sleeve. Of course not.
It's over. Don't get all worked up.
We should make sure. What's the harm in checking for a pulse?
I really don't think you should do that.
Not even check a pulse. Take the knife and do it again.
And why shouldn't we? Is there something you're not telling us?
Is she some kind of like eldritch creature?
I've told you everything that's happened with complete accuracy. The princess is dead. Your blade pierced her heart. There's no coming back from that. You lean down and wrap your hand around the blade's hilt. But as you begin to slide it out of its resting place, you feel a sharp and sudden jab in your side. What was that?
I guess I won't be dying alone after all.
Quick, let's get out of here. It's too late for that now. You collapse to the ground as the mortally wounded princess twists a blade of her own deeper between your ribs. As you fall, she falls with you, exhausted by the effort, the little life that was left in her eyes fading rapidly.
Damn it.
An eye for an eye. A life for a life. I guess we're even now. See you around.
You were so close. Why did you hesitate? It doesn't matter. At least you managed to take her with you.
Okay.
For whatever that's worth. Everything goes dark, and you die.
But we did it. Chapter 2, The Razor.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world. A terrible sense of déjà vu. No, you don't have that. This is the first time either of us have been here.
If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way.
This whole thing's a crock of shit. She's just going to pull a knife out of nowhere and stab us again.
Huh? Voice of the cheated?
Stabbed to death?
Well, you won't have to worry about that. The princess is unarmed.
Yeah, that's exactly what you told us last time. You said this whole thing would be easy, but after we sank our blade into her heart, she just got up and started stabbing us.
Calm down. I assure you she has no weapons, so there's no reason to fear her. You were made for this job. You'll do just fine.
Okay. Let's leave. Let's leave.
And away we go. Good call.
Seriously? You're just going to turn around and leave? Do you even know where you're going?
Let's just leave. I don't like getting stabbed. You're persistent, I'll go to the cabin and slay the princess. Ugh. Okay, fine, I'll go to the cabin and talk to the princess. Maybe I'll slay her, maybe I won't. I guess we'll see. Yes, I definitely know where I'm going. Do you even know where you're going? Nope. The only thing that matters is where I'm not going. The cabin. I'm not going to the cabin. Like I said, I'm pretty okay with the world ending. I relish the coming of a new dawn beyond our own. Quietly continued on the path away from the cabin.
Fine. I suppose you just quietly continue down the path away from the cabin. That's strange. It looks like this path also leads to the cabin. How convenient. Everything's back on track again. Maybe the world can still be saved after all.
Alright. Turn around again and leave again.
You're really keen on wasting everyone's time, aren't you? It's remarkably selfish, if you ask me. I've already outlined the stakes of the situation. If you don't do your job, everyone dies. Like, dies. Forever.
Salud.
But fine, you turn around and trek back down the path you came.
Wait, something isn't right. Can you still hear me? You're supposed to wind up back at the cabin again. But everything is getting fuzzy.
Yeah?
What's going on? Where are we?
Bruh. Oh
That
no.
son of a bitch flipped over the table, didn't he?
Huh? The world around you is unwound, its physical matter replaced by a textured nothingness. It is quiet. There is a distant rumbling, a sound of many sounds. Undulations pulse louder as something other comes close. Feelers probe across the fabric of reality. Extremities find your consciousness and wrap themselves around it. You are no longer alone. Resistance. Fingers drag claws across the glass surface of your soul. Frustration. This vessel is full of you. I need something empty I can crawl inside of. I need something shaped like me. This is a nightmare. Wake up. It's not. Denial. Return to your destined path or face the consequences.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Holy shit. Is this game actually kind of goated?
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Note, you can skip previously seen dialogue by hitting tab on your keyboard or R1 on your controller. Let's get, like...
I'm talking about the end of everything as we know it. No more birds, no more trees.
Oh. That was not a bit of dialogue we had seen before.
Don't linger on the specifics. You have a job to do here. Just get in there and do what needs to be done. We're all counting on you. Look, you're already on the path that leads to the cabin.
Give me evidence.
Why would you be here if it weren't to complete a very important task? You've made it this far, you might as well reach the end of your journey. While I appreciate the mental exercise we are running up... Does it? Are you a monarchist? Is slaying a princess that much worse than slaying a fisherman or a miller or a seamstress? If anything, slaying a princess is much better than slaying a seamstress. Seamstresses contribute something of value to society.
Real.
Oh, if only that were the case, but I don't make the rules. I have to say, I'm surprised at your reluctance thus far, but unfortunately for the both of us, you're the only one who can pull this off. Like I said, I don't make the rules, no matter how much I wish I did. Are you serious? No, you have to do it. Of course I haven't.
Do I get some sort of reward?
Yes, but you'll have to slay her before you get it.
I don't trust like that. I don't trust anybody involved in this story, let's be real.
It's a secret, but I think you'll like it. It's a special reward, just for you.
No, that's bullshit.
Whatever you think it might be, I can promise you it's going to be even better than your wildest imagination.
That's bullshit. That is the most wild bullshit I've ever heard. Look, I'll go to the cabin and I'll talk to her. And if she's as bad as you say she is, then maybe I'll slay her. But I'm not committing to anything until I've had a chance to meet her face to face. Okay, fine, I'll go to the cabin. Okay, I'm sold. Let's get this over with.
Then I guess we'll just have to see what happens. But
let's talk to her.
A word of warning. If you go in prepared to hear her out, she could easily trap you in her web of lies.
I know.
And the more you listen to her honeyed words, the harder it'll be to pull yourself out.
Yes.
Then each and every one of us is doomed.
Yep.
So sure, go talk to her. See how that turns out for all of us. You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within.
We're not going to go through with this, right?
She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them. Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about. The interior...
Let's still take the blade.
You take the...
Hey, I think I'm here to kill you.
Oh, are you now? Why don't you come down and let me take a look at you?
No.
Great job. You gave away the element of surprise. Good luck, hero.
No, I wanted to still talk to her on the
Walk down the
stairs.
stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world?
Focus on the task at hand.
How about you drop the knife and the two of us just talk?
No, I will not be dropping the knife.
Look how reasonable she's being. We should just drop the blade and talk things out.
No.
Don't you dare. It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe she really is a monster, but killing someone in cold blood isn't very becoming of us. You ignore the trembling in your hands and tighten your grip on the blade.
You poor thing. Your hands are shaking. Are you scared of me? Because you should be.
You step forward, your grip on the blade.
Oh, okay, I guess we're not talking.
Steel your resolve.
I guess I have to drop the knife to talk.
I'm probably chained up in
Whoops.
this basement for a reason, right?
Oh, okay, here we go.
You go into this expecting to die. You're going to die.
Hesitating? Why don't you drop the knife and the two of us can be civilized with each other?
No.
Then I'm not talking to you.
Oh. Fine, I guess we're at an impasse.
I guess we are.
For the love of everything, just slay her already.
You know,
Or drop the blade. Do something.
I don't trust either the princess or the narrator. I feel like this is a catch-22. I feel like slaying the princess is bad for the universe, but not slaying the princess is bad for the universe, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I'm sure.
For goodness sake, the two of you can't just stand around like this forever.
Oh, but I can.
Eventually, something is going to give, and I highly recommend that you be the one to take the initiative here.
Alright, down to 2 options.
You charge the princess, blade trembling in your hand, but you've already lost the battle.
Oh, interesting.
She casually sidesteps your thrust before knocking you to the ground with a single blow from her elbow.
Alright.
We shouldn't have hesitated. But she doesn't stop there. She kicks you a few times for good measure, the pointed tip of her shoes feeling like a pickaxe against your fracturing bones, making sure you stay down.
That's not my hand. That's not my hand. What the hell are we?
As you lie, crushed and broken on the basement floor, the princess kneels on your throat with the kind of weight you didn't think her slight frame could possibly possess. As you gasp for air, she eyes you with an intense curiosity. You shouldn't have let that fear creep into your heart. You had the upper hand, and now look at you.
Is this really the best you could do? Look at you. Completely broken. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little disappointed.
She applies more pressure, slowly squeezing what's left of your life out of your lungs.
I'm more curious about whatever the fuck, like, because our arm is, like, scaly and we've got claws. I'm curious about whatever we are.
This is the end, isn't it? I'm afraid it is. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Chapter 2, The Tower. A different chapter 2.
You're on a path in the woods,
Ooh.
and at the end of
Very
that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Getting a terrible sense of deja vu.
Terrible sense of deja vu? No, you don't have that. This is the first time either of us have been here. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. You know I can hear you, right? It's going to be a lot harder than you think to keep secrets from me. What does it matter what he knows? There's nothing we can do to stop her. She's just going to kill us again.
Voice of the Broken.
She is not going to kill you unless you let her.
Okay.
Slaying the princess and saving the world is going to be much more difficult than it has to be if you spend the whole time second-guessing yourself.
This is more than just deja vu. I'm pretty sure this whole thing literally just happened.
It hasn't. Or if it has, I certainly haven't been a part of it. We've just met for the first time, you and I.
Let's assume I'm telling the truth, and all of this really did already happen. why should I listen to you? Why should I bother doing anything?
Those are two very different questions, but fine, I'll indulge you if that's what it takes to get you moving. Let's say for a moment that this really is the second time you've met me, or at least a version of me. You died last time, which probably only happened because you didn't listen to me.
Correct. The second time, yes. Yeah, the first time I also died because I didn't listen. Huh. Okay.
Of course we died. We couldn't land a single blow on her, and she broke every bone in our body before she decided to let us die.
Is this like Stanley Parable? Kind of? I'm kind of getting Stanley Parable vibe. Just like multiple endings and very like fourth wall breaky, like the narrator's a character. Just, much darker.
What were we supposed to do to stop her then? What are we supposed to do to stop her now? It's pointless. She's just a princess. Slaying her shouldn't have been difficult, but congratulations. You've been given another chance to actually do this right.
You know what I think is fascinating? This game, I feel like, is the style and presentation of this game are what make it. If this, legitimately speaking, the concept for this mission could be a side quest in Tiny Tina's fucking Wonderlands. Legitimately speaking, if you were given a side quest from Tina in Wonderlands to be like, go kill this princess, she's evil or whatever, like, and the whole time you're like, I don't know if we should kill a princess, and Tiny Tina's like, nah, it's fine, dog, go ahead and kill a princess. 100%. The only thing that makes this as, I don't want to say as engaging, because it's engaging, and the thought experiment is engaging in its own right. Because part of what makes this game not taboo, but like, in terms of pop culture, the princess is symbolic, this kind of antiquated idea of like a damsel in distress character. This game relies heavily on the audience's preconceived notion of the princess as an archetypal damsel in distress character. So, yeah, the only way it's working so well is through the presentation, sort of this dark storybook. Because again, playing into the traditional aspects of a princess, it feels very, dark Germanic folklore storybook aesthetic. This is fascinating.
And I believe your other question was something along the lines of, oh, what's the point of doing anything? If you're asking that, it sounds to me like you're making the rather dangerous assumption that your actions last time around didn't have any consequences. What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. The princess killed us, and now everyone's right back where they started. That sounds pretty consequence-free to me.
Hang on. What the fuck? I'm trying to figure out chat. No? Yeah, there we go. There we go. Sorry, I just had to. Yeah, I know it's a bot, but with how I have OBS set up right now, I had the little box sub of their profile to ban them. Yeah, that was a bot account trying to put a link to another. Yeah, that was a bot account trying to put a link to a website or something. Never click on those, but I had their little box up of their profile to ban that account. And with how I have OBS set up right now, the X thing to like click out of that profile just wasn't on the screen for me, so I couldn't exit. Anyway.
Yes, but in this purely hypothetical scenario, that begs the question of how you got back here. Did time simply rewind itself, or were you instead transported to a different world entirely? If it's the latter, what do you think happened after you died? Do you think the people there lived happily ever after? Or do you think that the princess, left unhindered, brought about the end to everyone and everything, just like I told you she would?
Yo, what's going on, Laser? Yeah, I remember you, Laser. What's going on?
If she ended the entire world, why should we even bother? We might as well just walk up to that cabin, break her chains, and let her do whatever she wants. It's all the same in the end. Just because she's capable of ending the world doesn't mean you're not capable of slaying her. Both of those things can be true at the same time. So chin up. I believe in you.
Okay, let's talk about the princess.
Just be quick about it.
All right.
Like I said, if she killed you, it was probably because you didn't listen to me. Don't talk to her, don't trust her, just go in, do your job, and save the world.
All she did last time around was beat me to death. How can someone like that end the world?
She just can. Believe me, I wish I could tell you more, but you'll just have to trust that what I'm saying is true, and that, despite it all, you're fully up to the task that's been given to you. We're not. We might as well just pledge ourselves to her and stop pretending that we're capable of doing anything in this situation. She probably doesn't even need to try to overpower us. Can we tone down the pessimism just a smidge? I'm not being a pessimist. I'm just being realistic.
Nah, you're being kind of a pessimist.
You're being annoying. Just ignore their bickering, and whatever you do, don't pledge yourself to her. I cannot stress enough how absolutely catastrophic that would be for everyone, yourself included.
Alright, I think we should just go for it. I think we should just go for it without hesitating this
now,
time.
If you don't mind,
like, or
the
without
whole world is
like
waiting
getting the
with
blade and
bated
stuff,
breath
just leave.
for you to save it from ruin.
Proceed to the cabin. Oh, a warning before you go any further.
She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. Lying? Cheating? Why would she even bother? She didn't need to do anything like that last time. She caught us off guard last time. We'll be fine. Let's just keep our wits about us. At least one of you still has a shred of sense. Just make sure you listen to him and not that whiner. If that's what you want, I guess I don't have a say here.
No, you don't. Shut the fuck up. I guess I don't have a say here. Shut the fuck up, dude. Voice of the broken.
Uh-oh. Is larger and more grandiose than its humble exterior would suggest.
You're new.
The only furniture of note is a massive marble altar with a pristine blade perched on its edge. Why do we feel so small?
Didn't mean to. Can I back up?
We don't feel small. We are small. That's because there isn't a mirror. There's the altar, the blade sitting on the altar, and the door to the basement. There's nothing else in here.
Oh. Narrator doesn't see that.
There's definitely a mirror. There isn't. Who cares if there's a mirror? We're all going to die anyway. And I'm sure that if we looked in there, we'd just see something sad and miserable looking back at us. We don't need any reminders of what we are. It would only make things worse.
I am curious what our character looks like.
For the last time, you're not going to die unless you let it happen. And luckily for you, there isn't a mirror, so no one needs to worry about confronting a grisly visage any time in the near future.
Though, for what it's worth, if there were a mirror, I'm sure that you wouldn't find anything sad or miserable in it looking back at you. You probably look perfectly normal.
No, I saw our hand.
Probably. Do you not know what we look like?
He knows. He just doesn't have the heart to tell us.
Approach the mirror.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here.
This really isn't funny. You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now.
We should count ourselves lucky. Some things are better left unseen.
And there's hair right in my... There we go. Okay, take the blade.
You take the blade from the altar. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
Let's not hesitate this time. Enter the basement. Let's not worry about how everything looks different.
The door to the basement creaks open.
This is just some
revealing
bullshit.
A spiral staircase. Its steps almost as deep as you are tall. The smell of incense drifts up from below. For a moment, you almost feel at ease. This is actually kind of nice.
No, voice of the broken.
It's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her booming voice rolls up the stairs.
Is that a guest I hear? Don't linger on the stairs. Come down and witness me.
Shit.
You weren't kidding when you said it was booming. She wasn't like this last time. We need to get down there. She wants us to see her. We need to see her.
No.
Should we be worried about your sudden change in attitude? Just a few minutes ago you were going on about how pointless everything was. Now you want to go down there. It doesn't matter what that little voice says. He's not the one making the decisions. Though if his ramblings get you to the princess, they get you to the princess. Making your way down the spiral staircase is a time-consuming and exhausting effort, every step requiring you to clamber over one edge before dropping to the next. But soon the end comes into view, and you tumble to the bottom, entering the vast, temple-like room beyond. The princess towers over you, almost glowing in the weak starlight,
Shit.
her figure framed by a stained glass window. Her long hair billows around her, and a chain binds her wrist to the far wall.
She is some kind of fucking eldritch nightmare, isn't she?
The
Fuck.
chain is nothing to her. It might as well be a toy for all the good it would do. I told you it was pointless to resist her.
The little bird has returned to me. I wonder what he wants.
Well, I wanted to kill you, but you're huge.
You brought that knife again, even though you know it's useless. Such charming audacity.
A planet randomizer? So, like, each level... That feels like it would be difficult, because, like, you need certain gadgets and stuff. Like, how do you get past shrink ray doors, where you need to get into the shrink locks, or, like, polarizer puzzles? Huh. Such charming audacity.
Drop it.
No! No! Tighten your grip.
As if on command, the blade slips from your grasp. It clatters uselessly to the floor.
Boo.
But we didn't drop it. We decided to grip it tighter, remember? Are you really just going to let that happen to us? I have a duty to report facts as facts, and the fact is that you dropped the blade. Of course we dropped it. She's so much more than us. You wouldn't understand what it feels like to be in her presence. Oh, I understand what's going on, and you'd better snap yourself out of it.
I'm not doing shit.
Kneel.
No!
Oh, are you still trying to defy me? I said kneel.
Your legs buckle, and your
Don't get
knees
soft
hit the
locked?
floor.
Nice.
That's my good little bird. Now, why don't we talk? The last time we met, you couldn't even scratch me. And yet here you are again, trying to succeed where you've already catastrophically failed. What draws you back here beyond the empty halls of death?
I'm trying to fucking kill you. How's the slaying of princesses going? It went great the first time. God, it actually went really well the first time. It's going awful now. Turns out she's some kind of like eldritch demon or something. She's some kind of horrific goddess. So I can give you the game files? Not right now. I just I'm playing through Size Matters already on stream, so it's probably gonna be a while before once I'm done with Size Matters, my Monday game, I'm probably not gonna touch the game again for a while. So I'm okay for right now, Laser, but I'll definitely keep it in mind. Thank you though.
Speak.
No.
The last time we met? I suppose that lends credence to our conversation in the woods. Still, whatever you do, don't tell her why you're here. It's best not to give her any ideas.
Do you think holding shut your beak is enough to stop me from prying it open? Do you think your skull can save your thoughts from being seen? You're less broken than I thought.
Fuck off.
Perhaps you need another lesson in submitting to your betters.
Fuck off.
Pick up that needle.
Ah.
Do it. It's what she wants. No objections here.
No objections. Playing Thul? So this is currently, I'm currently playing Slay the Princess. It's a choice-driven narrative game, kind of a visual novel, and I'm playing this on PC. This is available through Steam. I think I got it on sale for like $5 USD on Steam, but it was on sale months ago. Okay.
Don't know what she's planning, and I don't like that we don't know what she's planning, but you might as well pick up the blade. As your eye falls on the blade, you feel a weight. Some divine hand that sits unperceived by your senses, but that manages to push you towards its desires like an unseen puppeteer.
Why are you going to try... Why? What are you going to try and make me do with it? I'm going to kill you. You're not kidding about that divine hand who's doing this. Is it her? Is it you? No. Pick up the blade is our only option.
You reach forward and grasp the blade.
Stand.
This one's easy. See? This isn't so bad. Okay, yeah. We can do that. We were probably going to stand anyway.
No.
You can feel a creaking tension between body and will as you slowly rise to your feet, like two foes forced into an unhappy truce. The princess eyes you with soft contemplation. The moment seems to last a lifetime, the silent anticipation of what's to come dragging out the long, painful seconds. But all silences are broken eventually.
To defy me is to claim we stand on level ground. We do not. You are quiet shadow, while I am brilliant radiance. take that knife in your hand and slit your throat.
What?
What?
You don't have to listen to her. You're armed. Just steel your nerves, step forward, and end this.
Are you married? Are you asking like me or the character? Because right now this is like some kind of eldritch goddess that we were sent to kill. All right.
Oh, we'll end this all right.
Real quick, I am just gonna also rename the stream for the content warning.
Your hand lifts the blade and brings it towards your throat. Okay, I apologize for the unclear language. End her.
Slay the princess.
Your body is
Slay the
sluggish,
princess.
unresponsive, actively fighting against you, but you do your best to stagger forward. One step at a time, you move towards the princess.
Slitting your throat would have been a mercy, but it seems you're in need of a harsher lesson. Plunge that knife into your lungs.
I'm sorry.
Uh-oh.
Don't. As you take another step forward, the blade digs into your ribs, slicing through flesh with ease. It somehow feels like an entirely natural thing to do, while the simple act of walking has become an arduous impossibility. Then it slides back out, the wound burning as a small hiss of air escapes through the fresh orifice. Blood fills your lungs.
Now, do it again. Keep doing it until I give you permission to stop.
Oh, our little dagger cursor now has blood on it. Great.
Those are just words. You don't have to listen to her.
Don't have to listen to her.
It's what she wants. You, heroic one, what are you doing? Don't just let this happen. Stop him from killing you. I'm on it. Your other hand locks around your wrist, struggling to keep it from perforating vital organs. But the blade still flails towards you, managing to slice bits of skin that plop to the floor to join the growing pile of blood and gore beneath you. Despite the pain, you manage to keep yourself in one piece, at least for now.
Well, I appreciate that, Laser. I appreciate that.
What a pitiful display. A wounded little bird, thinking it can defy a god.
Sister, I'm trying. Wounded little bird thinking it. Yeah, again. Alright. Next go around, we won't hesitate. Next go around.
It doesn't have to be like that. It doesn't have to hurt so much. You can choose a gentle end. You can choose to leave that punctured vessel for the next.
Slay the princess.
Or you can pathetically struggle against yourself until the floor of this temple is painted with the bloody impressions of your futility.
You continue to approach the princess, even as the repeated gouges of your blade expose bone and muscle to the open air of the basement. You know, this would be a lot easier if you gave us a hand. My influence only goes so far, and I can only juggle so many things at once. The best I can do right now is to continue to drive you forward. Believe me, this whole ordeal would be so much easier if I didn't have to contend with free will.
Fair.
You're the one making things difficult. You're the one making us hurt. She doesn't want to hurt us. She's just doing what she has to.
A lot in the game. Man, I love that you love Ratchet and Clank Size Matters, but it's so broken. Like, it's even like the balancing in the game feels weird and wrong.
Stop.
Cool.
As you finish crossing the room, you fall to your knees at the princess's feet, your chest heaving as your blood pools in the crevices of the stone floor, the coppery taste coating your throat. The princess kneels down, lifting your chin with her finger as her face lowers to yours.
Stab her.
Your devotion is misplaced. You've surrendered to delusion. But something about your defiant spirit speaks to me. You are different than you were before. Perhaps, if you've learned your lesson, I can spare you from the release of death. There's a place at my side for you, if you'll have it. Not as an equal, but as something worthy to be kept. A priest, perhaps, or a pet.
Well, that's demeaning, isn't it? Yes, how thoughtful of her. It's a mercy. Take it. I think he's given up whatever say he had at the start of all this. At least one of you is sane. She's within striking distance, and she's only negotiating now because she knows you have what it takes to put an end to her. Seize the moment before it's too late.
I will. Slay the princess.
Yes, though your body trembles, struggling to defend itself in the face of the princess's overwhelming will, you finally manage to break through, darting to her side before she can react. The wind of your freedom rushes through you, and you channel it into a decisive blow, stabbing into the soft flesh of her ankle and severing the tendons in an act of unyielding defiance.
Yeah, Achilles tendon. Oh, we are some kind of bird creature. She keeps calling us little bird. We do have feathers. I guess those are more like talons than claws.
She falls to the floor, crashing unceremoniously to her knees. But you don't give her any time to recover. Your heart pounding with determination, you plunge your blade into her chest. As you find your target again and again, she laughs, crude emotion breaking through her once stony composure as your blade cuts her flesh.
We can do this, can't we?
You always could. The decision to give you this task was not made lightly. You're here for a reason.
It's not too late to pick up the pieces. It's not too late to toss that blade aside and beg for forgiveness.
Nope, we're not doing it.
Shut up.
I can't believe you would actually strike me. You heathen! You worm! You defiler! You don't know the consequences of your arrogance!
There's two types of people who played this game, the people attracted and people attracted to interesting stories. Yeah, no, every like when we first entered the basement at the bottom and there was like, oh, she's like 20 feet tall and like silhouetted in the window, I'm like, that's doing something for somebody. I'm here to kill her. 'Cause like, that's the story. And I mean, the fact that it's kind of cyclical is interesting.
Before you can strike the final blow, the princess lashes out, knocking you off your feet. There's an unsettling wet pop as your spine breaks, numbness and pain spreading through your body. As you rebound towards the ceiling in a moment of disorientated lightness, she drives her fist into your chest.
Wait, as we rebound toward the ceiling, so she bounced us off the pavement, and while we're in midair, she's just knocking into us again.
Your body is crushed as she pulverizes you into the floor, the ground itself breaking from the impact.
A lot of people end up being simps. I refuse. Tall women are just a cheat code to guarantee your game at least gets some traction. Looking at you, Sly 3 Honor Among Thieves.
You lie there, broken, beyond pain,
but I did it.
Unable to even see what she's done to you. But the princess is succumbing to her own wounds as well. She looks down upon her body in abject horror and disgust.
We did it.
You made me use my hands. I can feel myself twisting into something new, something dull, something defiled. What have you done to me?
Resident Evil 8 marketing in a nutshell. It worked, and Resident Evil 8, it's fascinating to me because Castle Dimitrescu was all over the RE8 marketing, and that level is legitimately only like a quarter of the game. You know, there's so many more, hang on. There's so many more fascinating like areas in RE8 to me. Like, I think Moreau's like it's not a dam, it's a reservoir. Moreau's reservoir, House Beneviento, fucking great game, or great moment in the game.
You're monsters and conspirators. I can't bear to watch this.
Laser, I'm sorry, I cannot read that. Can I? Copy. Arabic to English. Don't think. No problem. Do love Resident Evil 8's characters. Lady Big Step on Me and Magneto Nicolas Cage were fun. It's so funny to me because the actor for Heisenberg in Resident Evil 8 is the same actor as Astarion in Baldur's Gate 3, who like won awards for his performance as Astarion. It's so funny to me because I managed to play Baldur's Gate 3 without ever falling for Astarion. Oh, it's all good, Laser. Everybody was simping over Astarion in fucking Baldur's Gate 3. Sexy bisexual vampire man. I get it, but I managed to like duck that. I call bullshit on that. You call bullshit on what? You call bullshit on what, Arrow? That you didn't fall for Astarion? I didn't. He has died in every single one of my playthroughs. The first time he like goes to like feed on you during the night, I kill him every time there. There's not a single one of my playthroughs where he's alive. I kill him every time because I think it is the funniest thing. No, my problematic fave from Baldur's Gate. So this is my phone. This is my phone. And what's this we have tucked in the little fold in the back of my wallet? It's a Lae'zel Magic the Gathering card. I keep my wife with me at all times. That's my problematic fave. That's my I love Lae'zel. No, I did not fall for Astarion, but what I think is so funny is I did fall for Heisenberg. Heisenberg is my problematic fave from RE8. I love him so much. I do think he's like is a really complicated dating sim. I do think Heisenberg is like a little sexy. Smoking doesn't do it for me. I don't think smoking is sexy, but like the rest of him, he calls you like a proud papa. He calls you daddy throughout the game just because that's what Ethan is doing, is trying to find his daughter. Like Heisenberg is more attractive to me than Astarion, and I don't know what that says about me. It's not that I can't stand Astarion. It's just that the actor is great actor. Just the twink vampire doesn't do it for me. Monsters and conspirators can't bear to watch this. Where's my fucking cursor? There we go.
The princess has been nothing but cruel to you. You should feel liberated by her fall.
His plan wasn't that bad realistically? Yeah. About to throw up? Odd. Nah, it's... What do you mean? What do you mean? But also, this game is super... I would not eat. This game can get really gory if the content warnings were anything to go by.
But I don't feel liberated. I feel empty. Aside from the pain, I feel fine. She collapses to the floor.
Slay
Her
your
glassy
better.
eyes watch, unblinking, yet somehow still full of anguish and fear as the two of you perish together.
The dirty subject? What dirty subject? We're just talking about attractive video game characters. Like, people love this
I suppose
princess.
we were never gonna get a happy ending here, were we?
It's fine.
Don't let those be your final thoughts. You saved the world. That's worth something. I guess. Regardless of how you feel about it, it's finally over. Thank you. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Chapter 3, The Fury. That's what I'm talking about? Video game characters are
At the end of the part...
Ew.
What the hell is that?
What the fuck? Look, people are attracted to different things. Some people like Lady Dimitrescu, some people like the princess, some people like Astarion, some people like Heisenberg. People just find different things attractive. Oh, this fucking guy. Lost their fights with the EU, those beautiful bastards. If America can't give consumers rights, the EU's just sick. So I threw. Voice of the Broken, will you stop that?
He's upset.
Will you stop that?
What's he got to be upset about? We just killed a god.
Yeah.
Exactly. You heathens destroyed the most beautiful thing that ever was and ever will be.
Shut up.
You're damn right we did. We'll get over it. Can't say I have much sympathy for you. She was bad for us and you almost got us killed.
Turn on the volume a little bit. That is getting loud.
You're being too generous. He did get us killed. Alright, enough chatter. I've got a thing I'm supposed to do, and if you don't mind, I'd like to do it without any more interruptions. Okay, great, you're listening. You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a... This is just...
Oh, fuck.
Let me cut to the chase. Yeah, you think?
Actually, I don't think we have been here. This is all different, isn't it?
Yes, precisely. And if you'd given me 2 seconds to finish my thought, I would have said that. Oh, you're actually letting me talk now. Great. If you've already been here, it means you've seen things you aren't supposed to have seen, and you know things that you aren't supposed to know. This doesn't look like a path in the woods. If reality seems distorted, it's because reality is distorted. So you knew this could happen? You knew we'd be able to restart like this? Look, if the world around you is changing, especially all the way out here, then that means you're nearing the point of no return. Whatever happens next, that's it. There won't be any more do-overs. So you'd better take things seriously.
Okay. It feels like I'm being pulled in 100 different directions. You'd better all listen to me when the time comes to make a choice. If I don't slay here, if I just stay here or do anything else and we hit this point of no return, then what happens? No matter what happens next, it seems like our answers are at the cabin. We might as well see this through. You know what? Listen to me. The The narrator, the hero, the stubborn, the broken, all of you, listen to me.
So what if I'm speaking my mind? It's not like I've ever really gotten a say in things.
Shut the fuck up. Is it just me or when I... Oh, hey Toya, thank you so much for the lurk. I appreciate it. Thank you, Toya. Is this me or when I sometimes throw a joke, it's like a skill, has a random % effect. Well, I mean, talking about like the throw up and stuff, like the conversation was just like, again, it was just like us talking about like characters that we find attractive. I don't see why that would warrant throw up. You know? This is like this is a space for like, yeah, no, we were just talking about like video game characters and stuff. Like that's not like graphic or anything. It's definitely not as graphic as this game. This game is wild.
What a crock of shit. Yeah, you stabbed us last time. Repeatedly.
It didn't even work. It doesn't count.
Shut up.
We died. If you didn't submit to her, for all we know, that wouldn't have happened.
It's the punishment you all deserved for not listening to me. To her.
Aside from our sulking friend, I don't think we have much to worry about. You're still the one in charge here, and I don't think that's ever gonna change.
Fucking it better.
Second he tries something, I'll put a stop to it.
Thank you, stubborn.
Good, we're all on the same page. It isn't long before you find yourself at the end of the path, staring up at the cabin on the hill. You'll find the princess within, as I'm sure you already know. End her. That's it? No final words of advice? I'd rather not waste any more time. I'm sure that any advice I'd give at this point is something you've already heard.
If there's still a princess at the cabin, maybe we can salvage things. Maybe if we just grovel and apologize, things can go back to how they were before.
Shut up.
Oh, cut it out, will you? We need to be tough right now, and you're making it so much harder than it has to be, so stop whining. The interior of the cabin is a place that feels long forgotten. There was once an elegance to its construction, carved marble columns holding a high arched roof, vaulted windows letting in the weak starlight. But that is how it was. Now there is a growth that has overtaken it. A viscous fluid seeps from cracks in the stone walls, and it congeals into chaotic streaks of writhing nerves and wet clumps of living meat. That's horrible. You did this. The only furniture of note is a pulsating pedestal, a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. A mirror? There is no mirror. We've done this already. Try to keep up. The repetition is maddening. I don't know what to tell you. There isn't a mirror because I would know if there was a mirror. You're either seeing things or you're confused on the definitions of door and mirror. Or you're seeing things. That seems far more likely. What are you trying to say exactly?
He thinks we've lost it, that we're succumbing to madness, that something in us has broken.
That's an unnecessarily melodramatic way to describe a hallucination, but sure. I'm not going to waste time arguing with any of you. It went away after we touched it last time. Let's just do it again.
Take the
Take
blade.
the blade from the pedestal. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon. Good. Nothing feels better than gripping cold steel. You step forward and approach the door to the basement, hesitating before you open it. As if you don't see it. You really don't, do you? How strange. It really is just like last time. Are we really hallucinating? Why here? Why now?
Looks getting late at night again. If oh yeah, no, sorry, I was focused on the narration. Yeah, you have a good night, Laser. Thanks for hanging out. I'll see you later. Sorry, I was focused. Yeah, have a good night.
Smash it. Smash it to pieces. It's the only thing keeping us from her.
Don't you want to know what we'll see in there?
Yeah.
We won't be able to see anything if we smash it. Nah, I'm with him on this one. Smash it. Let's get violent already.
We can look in the mirror and then smash it.
Do
all
whatever
right.
you want with it. The mirror isn't real, so how you handle it doesn't matter, aside from wasting dangerous amounts of time. You reach forward and drag your hand across the door leading to the basement. As if on command, it slowly slides open, scraping against the stone floor, its ancient hinges moaning as it reveals the dim path ahead. Why am I not surprised? You step forward into the darkness. The stairs leading down to the basement are at once both narrow and grandiose. A high-vaulted ceiling stretches up into a gloom beyond your sight, while walls wet with tumorous growths press in uncomfortably at your sides. You feel both unprotected and trapped, at once exposed and claustrophobic. The air is thick, its odour an oppressive violence, the metallic scent of fresh blood twisting with the nauseating embers of charred remains. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favour.
Ew.
Her voice, a bellowing rage, roars up the stairs.
Was severing the tendons of my ascension not enough for you? Was it not enough to rend my divine heart?
Nah, she's some kind of eldritch nightmare. You missed the playthrough where she was a damsel in distress. This game is trying to play on your sympathies by creating the archetypal damsel in distress, but she's actually some kind of nightmare creature.
Come, see the horrors you've wrought upon my flesh, and feel my hands set upon your throat.
I don't.
So angry with us. Why? Why did you desecrate her? Why couldn't I stop you?
You've got to stop thinking about her like that. It isn't doing anyone any good. She's not some untouchable god. She's an abomination. And we're going to put an end to her once and for all.
I'm with that guy. I'm with the voice of the stubborn.
Whatever she is now is our fault. If she's an abomination, then what does that make us?
I'm really gonna need the broken to shut the fuck up.
It doesn't matter what we are. She needs slaying.
Bring back the
We've got
cheated.
means
I liked
to
that
do it,
guy.
So let's get a move on.
Bring back the voice of the cheated.
If
Voice
I
of the
might
cheated.
interject, you didn't make her into an abomination. She's always been what she is. It's why you're here, and it's why your task is so important.
I don't wanna. I'm
You make
almost
your way to the
afraid.
bottom of the stairs.
I'm almost afraid to see what she is.
The chamber's walls are painted in blood. A
Okay.
deep, sickening red that drips down in clotted streams onto the charred corpses that make up its floor. This place reeks of torment, of ripped skin and burning bone.
Could be worse.
The princess stands in its center, muscles flayed and bare and weeping, draped in a tattered dress of her own skin. Her heart beats from its place in her open chest.
Do you know what I'm going to do to you?
There's not so much a moment of hesitation before she steps forward. Her chains pull taut, holding fast as she strains against them. The cuff around her wrist digs deeper into her skin. Blood drips from the place where metal meets flesh. And then, with a nauseating sound, the skin tears. It plops to the ground.
Ew.
And she pulls
Ew.
her red,
Now I know what
glistening arm
degloving
free from her
means.
bindings.
When I was reading the content warnings for this game, it said self-degloving. Ugh. Gross.
She is loose, and she is coming for you.
Let her end It's the punishment you all deserve for what you did to her. It's the punishment I deserve for letting it happen.
Oh my god, this guy.
Screw that. We can win. We've done it before and we'll do it again, only this time we'll make it out the other side. Hell, she's practically done most of the work for us.
Yeah, I'm with him. Wait, what happened to you? Wait, we don't have to do this. I'm sorry, okay, I'm sorry. Oh, shut up. Please just listen to me. I'm going to end you. Slay the princess. Just slay the... How can we make this game story appealing? Appeal to the gore lovers and the simps. That's what it feels like. We don't need any kind of, I'm going to end you. Nah, let's just do it. Slay the princess.
Your heart free of fear, you charge towards the princess. Your eyes
Let's
lock
just kill
on each
her.
other, both of you prepared to lay down your very essence in one blow. It's now or never. Let's make it a beautiful blaze of glory. With a horrifying squelch, you are unwound.
Excuse me?
I hope you weren't planning on dying. We're going to make this last forever.
Oh, I don't like that. That's worse. That's worse.
Huh. I feel cold. I've never felt cold before.
Hey, that's the thing that got us before. That's the thing that got us before. True to her word, you did not die by her hand. Something has taken her away, and it's left something else in her place.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
The narrator is gone.
He is. Does that mean the world ended? The world didn't end. We're still here. Come on. We just need to keep going.
Figures the world would end and leave us with all this nothing.
I'm begging you, don't do this.
Let's just look at the mirror. The mirror never scared you before.
It's different now. It feels... I don't know. Final.
There's literally nothing else around here. That's all we can
Screw
do.
the mirror. We just need to find the princess.
The princess is gone, dude. There's nothing. Only the mirror.
To look at us.
Only the mirror. Only the mirror. You approach the mirror.
This doesn't feel right. It feels different. Final. Screw the mirror. We just need to find the princess.
You all said that.
I don't want to look at us.
You all just said this. The voices feel small, distant as you approach. Gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone, but the mirror remains. It's time for you to see what's in it. The body, it's you. Oh, you don't see when I get achievements. Weird. Okay. She did call us little bird. We're covered in feathers. You are alone in a place that is empty. It is quiet here. Proceed to the cabin. You are at the cabin. Approach her. You recognize the presence inhabiting the shell. It is the entity that dwells in the spaces between. Yeah, we got by this before.
Something returns to the long quiet. It has surrendered its path of annihilation and brings me the gift of a fragile vessel.
You're the thing I met in the space outside of the woods, aren't you? I thought that was a dream.
Vague recollections, empty tunnels without a mouth. I am sorry if I frightened you.
What are you?
I am solitary lights in an empty city. What are you?
I don't know what I am.
I think that you are like me. We are oceans, reduced to shallow creeks.
Are you what sent me to slay the princess? Are you what trapped me here?
I have only just now stirred to consciousness. I could not have trapped you here, and I too yearn to be free.
Is this the end of the world?
How can the world have ended if we are talking?
Do you know the narrator?
You are the only thing I have ever known. The space we're in is vacant. Nothing comes here but us.
Are you the princess?
She is part of me, and part of me is her.
But were you always the princess, or are you just making her a part of yourself?
You speak in circles. Does it matter where one thing begins and another ends?
The gift of a fragile vessel?
Yes. Nerves and fibers to feel the worlds beyond. Perspectives to make my own. This one is desecration. She placed the weight of her agony on you, yet it is she who unwound herself. But there is passion and empathy in her misery. She will make for a burning heart. Do not mourn her. She has finally found peace. I know only that they are.
Do you know about the worlds beyond this place? What happens now?
Nothing, as we are. But I know that there are worlds beyond us, and that we are meant to reach them. There is no exit, but this vessel is a creature of perception. She can make you forget, if only you believe her to be able to. Bring me more perspectives, so that I may be whole, and perhaps then we will know our freedom.
Okay, oh shit, more options. Aren't you scared that I'll find a way to kill you?
I have not lived. I am not afraid to die.
How much will I forget?
Everything. Until we meet again.
How many more pieces of you do I have to find?
More than you have found, but less than there are to find. I am infinite. The rest will find their own way home.
Okay. And what if I don't let you do this to me?
Then we will be here forever, as we are now. Unfinished, dry, hollow.
I was sent to slay the princess, to stop her from destroying the world. If I help you, is that what you're going to do?
You ask of things that cannot be done. To destroy is merely to reshape, to remold.
You're being semantic. What are you going to do if I help you?
How can I know? I am flickers in something sprawling and unilluminated.
Oh, man. Okay, so it is the concept that we have to slay the princess in various ways to envelop her in this entity? Is there a larger narrative, or will this creature simply, like, is this just one of the endings? I'm not going back.
If you need time, then I'll wait with you.
Wait forever.
You are as I am now, and forever is a long time to remain undone. I am not you, but I know that I would return before forever was finished. What textures will you weave for yourself to occupy forever? Will you place the images of you and I into a box for safekeeping? If you close that box, will you become another you in another world? An imaginary pattern repeating itself until it can no longer bear the weight of its hand-drawn cage? You'll always come back to the box, because you'll always want to know what it means to be you. I will be here waiting by your side until you're ready to return to mine.
The game just closed itself. The game just closed itself. Alright.
Though you were gone mere moments, I never left your side.
Can we readjust the sizing? Though you were gone mere moments, I never left your side. Okay. Okay, before we do this, I do need to run to the bathroom. So, take care of yourselves. Make sure you're eating, staying hydrated, rest if you need to rest, get up and stretch. Excuse me, if you've been sitting too long. Stay safe if you're still in tropical storm weather. If you're in summer heat area, there's still some places, experiencing high heat waves, even into September now. So yeah, take care of yourselves. Make sure you're staying safe. I'll be right back. All right. Who's ready to keep going?
She asks that I tell you to remember her. You won't.
Oh my god. All right.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Oh, and it's completely reset. All right, let's do it for real this time. Let's make it real. Let's just beeline it.
You make your way up the short.
Take the blade.
Take the blade from the table.
Enter the basement. Don't let it fool you. It's all part of her manipulation. Continue
Good.
down the stairs.
You're still listening to reason. You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
Oh? No talking then? Fine. What even makes you think you can kill me? I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it. So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this.
Slay the
You lunge
princess.
forward without a moment's hesitation. You feel flesh easily give way and look down to see your blade already sinking deep into her heart.
Yeah, throw knife.
Oh. This is it, isn't it? I'm almost embarrassed. I should have seen that coming. But I have to wonder, do you actually believe this was enough to kill me?
So this is where we got. This is where we fell apart before. We made it this far, and my idea was to get the dagger and then just keep, hacking away. This is why you aim for the head.
It's like she's convinced she can't die. Yes, even as she lays there dying, she entirely believes herself to be alive and well. But it's over, isn't it? She stopped breathing moments ago, that arrogant look still plastered on her face. But is it over? Really
Okay,
over?
so we died before because we didn't listen to the narrator. We were listening to the voice of the hero. Let's listen to the narrator. Of course it is, she's dead.
Yes, exactly. It's over. With your work done, you make your way back up the stairs, closing the door to the basement behind you. Why do I feel like we've done something terrible?
No.
You did kill someone. Greater good or not, something would be very wrong with you if you didn't feel at least a little bad. But it was for the greater good. One of these days that will sink in and help ease your guilty conscience. But that day isn't today. Let's just get out of here.
No remorse? Nah. Or is that nor-morse? Nor-morse. Nor-morse. Or nor-leave.
You open the cabin door, ready to return to a world saved from certain doom.
Yeah!
Only, a world saved from certain doom isn't what you find. Instead, what you find is nothing at all. Where a lush forest stood mere minutes ago, the only thing in front of you now is the vast emptiness of some place far away.
This is some bullshit.
What happened? Everyone is fine. It's just that you and the cabin are now far away from them. Don't worry. You'll be safe here. This is good. Everyone is happy. You'll be happy.
Excuse me? That's bullshit. Let me out of here. Oh. Okay. I was kind of hoping I'd get a better ending for saving the world.
This isn't an ending. In fact, now that the princess has been slain, endings are a thing of the past. No. This is the beginning of eternity. Your reward.
That's bullshit. Are you... We'll see.
This is what's best for everyone.
We'll see if I'm happy.
Trust me. Time passes. You can't be sure if it's days, or months, or years, or even decades. It's all a wonderful, boring blur. You've never been happier. Psst. Hey. We're not just gonna stay here forever, right?
Didn't you hear the narrator? I'm happy. We're happy. Hell no, do you have any idea how to get us the heck out of here? Of course we are. I like it here.
Are we really happy? Or is he just telling us that we are?
We're happy. I'm sure of it.
Well, if you ever change your mind, just let me know, I guess.
We're happy. We're happy. I've never been happier.
More happy time passes, though the word begins to lose its meaning.
I've never been happier.
That is, not happy. Happy still has plenty of meaning.
Because I'm happy. Happy has meaning because I'm happy.
Please, shake yourself out of it. We have to get out of here.
No, we're happy.
The little voices, please, fall on deaf ears.
Yeah, because we're happy.
Eventually you pass into a blissful state of pure existence. Though words like eventually and pass ceased to have any meaning to you long before that shift, you simply exist. Happy. Forever.
Yeah. Good ending! You did it! You saved everyone!
You have already committed to my completion. You cannot go further astray.
Uh-oh. Okay. Maybe I'm not happy. Maybe I'm not just saying that because you're the last person I talked
Good.
to.
Because I have an idea to get us out of here. Though you're probably not going to like it. The blade. We can use the blade to get out of this.
Huh?
I can hear everything you say, little voice. There's only one thing it would want you to use that blade on, and I'm afraid that thing is you, dear hero. He's right. It's the only way out. Do you hear that? It wants to take this happiness away from you. It wants this wonderful place to end. Do you not? There's more for us to do, and the only way for us to do it is to take that blade and use it. Don't you dare.
Wouldn't using the blade, kill us? Wouldn't we be dead?
How astute. You are absolutely correct. Using the blade to kill yourself would kill you, and you shouldn't do it. In a sense, we die, but looking at things from another angle, are we even really alive anymore? This place, it's nothing. It's absolutely nothing. It's just the same thing, constantly, forever. I know this is out there, but trust me, I know using the blade will work. That little voice didn't want you to slay the princess. It didn't want you to be happy.
You'd better be right about this. I'll be pretty upset if we die.
If we die, you can yell at me all you want. I made this happy little place for you. Is this not a good enough reward for saving the world? An eternity of bliss?
There's nothing.
You ingrate.
Narrator, there's like nothing. You could have at least given me like a PS2. You could have at least given me Sony's PlayStation 2 released in 2000. This place doesn't... There's not even a light bulb. There's no electricity. Oh, look, you gave me windows to look at the nothing.
Fine. Whatever. For the first time since time stopped meaning anything, you throw open the door to the basement and walk down the stairs. The princess's body is dust and bones, though the blade you used to slay her is still as pristine as the day you first held it.
Oh, we have been here a while. Oh.
You pick up the blade, you stab yourself, and you die. The end. Nice knowing you.
Chapter 2. The Spectre.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Correct. Oh, you bastard. You're in for it now. I'm wise to your tricks.
My tricks?
Can't get me.
What on earth are you talking about? We've just met for the first time.
Can't get me.
If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. That's fine. It wasn't very hard to kill her last time. We'll just do it again.
Pragmatic. I like it.
Well, if for whatever reason you're going to insist that this has happened before, at least your heart's in the right place.
Let's assume I'm telling the truth and that all this really did happen. Why should I listen to you? Why should I bother doing anything? We've heard all that before. Let's go to the cabin. We'll go to the cabin.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. She won't be a problem.
Yeah. Alright, we'll see how it's different this time. What's in the cabin? Is it going to be a tower again? Is it going to be a large...
The interior of the cabin is cold.
Ooh.
A soft odor of dirt permeating the air. Cobwebs flutter in the corners. You can hear wind whistling outside, banging the shutters against the windows. The only furniture of note is an elegant antique table with a pristine blade perched on the edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Okay.
It feels like no one's been here for a long, long time.
But we were just here.
Like I've been saying, she's dead. We killed her already.
You didn't say anything about the mirror on the wall. Approach the mirror. We'll take the blade.
You take the blade from the table. It will be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
Approach the mirror.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here.
Yes, you don't see the
What
mirror.
are you talking about? This isn't a wall. It's a mirror. Or at least it'll be a mirror once we wipe off that layer of grime. You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now. But there was a mirror a second ago, and now it's gone. Let's not spend much longer worrying over it. Clearly it's not even important enough to be acknowledged.
Into the basement.
The door to the basement groans open, revealing an old banister and a creaky wooden stairwell. Everything is coated in a thick layer of dust, and you can feel it settle into your lungs as you breathe in the stale air. The very building itself feels dead. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. The room below is silent. Nobody's here, naturally. As much as I appreciate the optimism, you shouldn't be so sure. I guess we'll just have to go down and see. As you descend the final step, the form of the princess comes into view. A skeletal body lying in a heap on the floor, its wrist still bound to the wall by a thick chain.
The body's in a different orientation, though. The head is facing... It's pointed to the right now. Or I guess for... I'm reversed, so... Pointed that way. It was pointed that way.
Okay. She's definitely dead. It's just like I told you. Before you have a chance to finish your thought, the top of a head appears from underneath the floor. Two deep-set eyes stare up at you, followed by a mischievous, skeletal grin. And finally, the rest of the body floats up to join the head. Wait, this isn't right. What's going on here? Ghost!
Ghost! So fucking Scooby-Doo of you.
Oh. Wow. How absolutely terrifying. What's a ghost supposed to do to us?
Oh, it's you. Hiya, Keller. I was hoping to see you again. I have some issues with how our last meeting went.
The princess drifts across the room into your orbit, gently running her fingers across your shoulders and down your neck as she circles you.
No, don't touch me. Don't touch me. Tim Burton-ass princess, corpse bride-ass, don't touch me. Don't touch me.
Her touch is cold and ethereal, formless yet real enough that her icy fingertips send shivers dancing across your skin.
Don't touch me.
So she has a body, and she's right there. That means we could kill her again, if we wanted to.
She's a ghost, so she could haunt our ass. I don't know what ghost power she has. I don't know if she's like a poltergeist or something, if she can take the knife from us. Oh, let's slay the, can I make a save? Save. Okay.
Without a moment's hesitation, you lash out with your blade. It's like you're slashing at air. No matter how many times you stab at her, no matter how many angles you strike from, all you manage to do is interrupt her form, the skin of your hand prickling with cold as it passes through, unable to find anything solid.
You're adorable when you're confused.
But I didn't say you could touch me.
Why are you even here? Just making sure you finish the job, or what?
If I knew I'd have to talk to you again, I wouldn't have slain you. I died too, and I'm not floating around like you are. What happened? Why am I different? Why are you different? Stop playing the victim. You threatened me last time. Of course I attacked. You're supposed to end the world. That's why I killed you last time. You're dead, or at least mostly dead. What can you even do to hurt me? I don't want to ask that one. Live with your actions, coward? What do you want from me? Okay, team, I'm out of ideas. Thoughts? Slay the princess harder. Fine, if I can't hurt you, then there really isn't anything for me to do here. I guess I'll get going. I mean, realistically, yeah. I guess we could talk a little bit. Why are you a ghost and I'm not?
You don't look dead, killer.
The princess grabs your wrist, a sudden shock of cold flowing all the way up your arm, her eyes still fixed on yours as you try to squirm out of her grip.
And you don't feel dead either.
She lets go and pulls away. Your fingertips tingle painfully as the chill subsides.
I'm less interested in why you are, or how you are, and a lot more interested in what you are. I've tried to leave on my own. Before you came back to me, I explored every inch of this place, even the spaces between the walls. But I never found a way out. I always wound up right back here.
Damn, that sucks. Bye.
I just want to go home. I'm so cold and alone here.
No, I've seen what you are. You can't play the pity card. I've seen what you are.
But you can come and go as you please, can't you? So, let me hitch a ride.
No.
After all, you owe me.
No. That's rough, buddy.
Absolutely not. Is she asking if she can possess us?
Let's just leave. Let's leave.
She is. And I hope I don't need to explain why you can't let that happen. It would be catastrophic if she managed to escape this place. And if you let her in, there is very little anyone could do to stop her. Would she be able to see us if we went along with it? Now, isn't that an interesting thought? We could finally bring her face to face with him. I wonder what she would have to say to the one who wants her dead so badly. You won't like how things play out if you go down this path.
That is an interesting thought. What if I say no? This would just be temporary, right? I don't buy that at all. There's no good answer to that I believe. If I let you in, do I still get to be in control? Before I agree to anything, we need to talk about what happens after you leave this place. I was told you'd end the world. Sounds great. Do it. The answer is no. I need to think on
Take
this.
your time. I know it's a lot to think about, but I'm very good at waiting.
Now run. Now run. If you're dead, then there really isn't much for me to do, is there? I guess I'll get going. Leave the basement.
This isn't a solution. Nobody wins here.
You're...
Oh, she's upset,
Run.
isn't she?
Run.
You're abandoning me here?
Yes.
It would seem so, yes.
After everything you've done to me, you've chosen to do more?
I've chosen to do more by doing less. I'm not doing anything. I'm leaving.
The princess starts to float erratically from side to side, her cold exterior melting away.
Just run.
But if you just leave me, then I'm really just going to be stuck here forever. Then there's nothing I can do. It's just going to go on and on and on and on, lonely and sad and hurting and empty.
Look, you're some kind of eldritch nightmare. I don't...
No, not that!
She's about to try something. Get ready. The princess passes through you, a chill rippling along your skin, a disappointed sigh echoing in your ears. You turn and face her as she hovers between you and the stairs. Spectral tears streak down her cheeks as she places a translucent hand on your chest. It feels cold, but otherwise like nothing at all. Are we doing the right thing? Why do I feel so sad?
Don't.
Don't let her get to you. It doesn't matter. Somehow, soon, this too will be over, and we'll move on to something new. I feel like you all keep forgetting that. Her dark-rimmed eyes fall to the floor as she speaks.
I never wanted to have to hurt anybody. It's not who I wanted to be.
Oh, and what did you want to be?
The tears on her cheeks vanish. She lifts her head, sorrow replaced with wrath, staring into you with fiery anger.
But I guess you've turned me into something worse.
Awful.
She forces her hand into your chest, and then... Yes? Nothing happens. Are you sure about that? Something should have happened. And yet it didn't. We're fine.
We're fine.
You do your best to pull away, but it's as if her arm, embedded in your body, is rooting you in place.
Leaving so soon.
Yes.
You can't be sure if you first hear or feel what happens next, but it is over before you can fully conceptualize what it is. A horrific splintering, the squelching of organs, the rending of tissue, an icy, numbing pain.
So we didn't let her possess us, so she just kind of reached in and crushed our heart? Alright.
I'm done asking. The next time I see you, I'm taking everything I owed. Starting with your body. If you won't choose to give me my freedom, I'll just have to make you give it to me.
She's real now. If she's making us dead, we should return the favor. You swing your blade towards her briefly corporeal throat.
Ooh.
It connects. A gash widens across her neck.
Oh, okay.
Glowing ectoplasm leaking from the wound.
Okay. Ghost blood.
But it's too little, too late. In her hand, you realize she clutches your still beating heart. It thumps unsettlingly. Did we get her?
Do we win?
If we didn't, we've given her something to remember.
Do we win?
See you soon, killer.
I'm afraid you'll never know. As she crushes your precious organ in her hand, everything goes dark, and you die.
Chapter 3. The Wraith.
You're on a path in the wood, and here we go again. Off to slay her. Again.
Oh,
The deck's stacked, isn't it? We kill her, we start again. She kills us as a goddamn ghost, we start again. I'm starting to think we're being run in circles just for the sake of it. Come on, let's not give in to all that misery just yet. There's got to be a way out of this. There's got to be a right answer.
see, and that's what I'd like to believe. I know that's not how this game works. Games like this do not have a correct answer. There's only just the spider web of paths. There's just this. It's interesting watching someone who refuses to back down even a little against the princess. The game is called Slay the Princess. I'm here to do one thing. I'm here to do one thing.
Yeah. And what if there isn't? Aren't you listening to me? What if all of this was rigged from the start? That's ridiculous. There'd be no point in all this if it was just some kind of cosmic busy work.
Cosmic busy work.
I think that's exactly what it is. The powers that be, seeing how many ways they can screw with us.
Yeah,
Could be it's all some kind of sick joke to them.
real.
Wouldn't that get, I don't know, boring? Okay, so you've already been here.
Twice.
Even. Great. Then let me poke a few holes in your depressing little theory. Nobody here is screwing with you, and I can't imagine any scenario where you would have started over after slaying the princess.
But we have.
Well, we didn't have to start over. We killed ourselves. And why, pray tell, did you do that?
Because your eternal prize is bullshit.
Because you decided to foist an infinite tedium on us. That doesn't sound like me. If I'd had everything my way, you would have effortlessly slain the princess, saved the world, and been given your happy ending.
But your happy ending is bullshit,
The
narrator.
ending was the tedium. You locked us in a cabin and sent that cabin to an endless void, and then you told us we were happy. Well, were you happy?
No.
Of course we weren't happy. That's why we killed ourselves. It was awful. It was boring. It was bullshit. So you killed yourself?
Yeah.
Yes. And then she killed us. Even though she was already dead. This is all fake. Okay, let's try to get back on track. You're real. The princess is real. The world is real. The people in the world are real. And the danger she poses to all of them is also, quite unfortunately, real. Whatever you did the first time, it sounds like it almost worked. So how about you give it one last try? Because killing yourself seemed to undo all the good you almost managed to accomplish.
But it's so boring. Winning was boring.
All this standing around and talking is boring. Let's at least do something. Maybe we'll kill her again. Maybe we won't. Maybe we'll even free her.
No. No, Voice of the Cold. That's the one thing we don't do. We've killed her and been killed by her, and neither of those things have gone well for us. If we're going to fall through this loop forever, eventually we're going to let her out. We might as well do it now. No. And why should we help you? All you're going to do is lock us away forever again.
Tell you what, I won't do that. I promise.
Bet. Bet.
Oh yeah, sure. That changes everything. I mean, he did promise.
He did promise. He promised. He promised.
And you believed him?
Are you the same narrator we met in the other loops? You were quick to accept that we've been here before.
If I had to make a wager, I'd say yes and no.
That is not an answer.
That's a hedge, not a wager. I haven't met you, but you've clearly met me. It sounds to me like you're hopping between parallel realities, in which case the me you just met here is the same collection of experiences as the me you met at all of those other beginnings, but their continuity breaks the moment you say or do anything, in effect making them all separate.
Branching paths.
So, yes, I'm the same me, but ever since the moment we started talking, I'm different.
Makes
I'm not
sense.
sure how we're supposed to kill him ourselves, but he's asking for it. Maybe there's some way she can take care of him for us.
Okay. Some way to kill the narrator? That's
They've
new.
clearly all been through some harrowing experiences. Don't let their baggage influence your decisions. You have the ability to see things clearly. I suggest you use it.
Yes, we will. We're gonna try and kill the princess. Yes, we will slay the princess. We've killed her. Okay, blah, blah, blah. What happens if we don't go to the cabin? What happens if we don't go to the cabin? That's another option.
And she finds a way out on her own.
Does she?
Ugh, of course she does. So, standing around out here is the same as us letting her out. Only we don't have to see her. That's got to be better, right? No, it's strictly worse. But she can't kill us out here. Why would staying out of killing distance be worse if she's getting out regardless? Because it's cowardly, for starters, and because the unknown is always worse than the known. But really, all you're doing right now is weighing two considerably bad options. The only solution worth considering is slaying her, and whatever delusion is holding you back from doing that is just that, a delusion. If you already managed to end her in some other world, the only reason you'd be here is that you somehow managed to do it wrong. More rules, more rhetoric. Since when is there a wrong way to slay her? I'm sick of it. Makes me want to end the world out of spite.
We'll go to the cabin.
You continue down the path towards the cabin.
The only solution for
It isn't long before
pollution.
you're steps away from your destination. I don't think you need any words of warning. I think you know what's in there, and despite your protestations, I think you know what you need to do. The more he talks, the more I'm interested in setting her free.
No. We're not setting her free. We're not gonna try and reason with her. We had our chance to have her possess us and possibly talk to the narrator. We squandered that chance. So we'll just try to kill her again.
Whatever. You don't want to listen to me? Do it then. Let her out. See what I care.
See?
It sounds like somebody's about to crack.
Yup. Are you trying to use reverse psychology on me, or have you just given
There's
up?
obviously no point in trying to reason with you right now, especially with all these clowns offering up their useless advice. Honestly, it seems like the more I try and talk sense into you, the more single-minded they get about letting her out. So yes, I'm done trying to argue.
I
Would you
mean,
look at that? We won.
yeah, but also you didn't win because I'm not gonna let her out.
Take it however you will.
I'm still with the narrator on killing her.
The interior of the cabin is long and dark.
Ooh,
a
gossamer
single narrow
curtains.
hallway stretching far into the distance. Curtains billow out from tall windows on either side, obscuring the path forward, fluttering helplessly as opposing gusts of wind rush into the building, clashing and joining and driving everything forward. The only furniture of note is... that's strange. What's strange? Is it the mirror? The mirror? No, there isn't a mirror. What's strange is that there isn't much of anything in here at all, aside from the curtains. There's supposed to be a pristine blade.
Oh.
Why isn't there a pristine blade?
No, give me this. Give me the blade.
Great. Something else has been taken away from us.
Give me the pristine Italian cold steel cinquadilla.
I suppose the only way to go is forward. So forward we will go. Blade on...
Doesn't really matter. Let's pretend there is a mirror at the end of the hallway, and that right now we can't see behind it. What's there? What's behind it?
If you're asking what's at the end of the hallway, it's the way to the basement. The way to the basement? Don't you mean door? No, I didn't say door, because there isn't a door, it's just an opening. What are the odds she's waiting for us right behind it? If I were running a bullshit factory, it's what I'd do.
Yup.
Let me assure you that there's nothing there. Nothing is going to jump out at you, and certainly not the princess. The princess is in the basement. He can't see the mirror. The knife is gone, defying his expectations. Who the hell is calling the shots here? Nobody is calling the shots. That's how reality works.
Approach the mirror.
You slowly make your way towards the gaping maw that awaits you. Your fraying nerves buzz with trepidation, the chill wind raising your hackles as it gently pushes you forward towards the darkness at the end of the hallway. You can't shake the feeling that you're being watched. We've always been watched. You're watching us right now. Sometimes the feeling is just stronger than others. I feel like you're trying to put us on edge. We don't need all this anticipation, we just need this to be over. You stop as you reach the end of the hallway, I presume in front of whatever mirror isn't actually there. Here we go.
Yup.
You reach your arm forward into the pitch black of the opening. Nothing. It's like this place read our mind just to mess with us.
What you looking at, killer? Staring into the void? Thinking about what it'd be like to die again? I know exactly how you feel.
Shit, where is she? You feel something long and frigid coil around your ankle. Your heart skips a beat, standing in muted shock for one long, frozen moment. And then she, the princess, constricts. Your bones snap. Icy pain radiates up from the break, a deep cold flooding your veins as your legs, numb with the shock of it, collapse, and you collapse with them.
Well,
you're met with the terrifying visage of the princess.
Ew.
Her hand grips your leg in a steel vice.
We are some kind of gross bird
carved,
creature.
Jagged from ear to ear, crowded with far too many long and crooked teeth.
We got they're not quite talons. We are covered in feathers.
But do you know how I feel? I gave you a path to forgiveness. I gave you a chance to make things right. But you decided it would be best to try and bury me all over again.
Yeah.
You're not getting another chance to mess this up. So, here's how this is going to go. I'm going to take your body, and I'm going to walk it out of here.
With a broken ankle?
And you get to watch me do it. Completely helpless. Just like you left me.
I say we let her do it. It's something different.
You know,
do we even have a choice?
That is kind of how it feels.
You always have a choice.
I want to trust the narrator on that.
Maybe before, but not now. There isn't a blade this time. Exactly. What choice is there if there isn't a blade? Well, unless you have any specific ideas, I think my vote's the only one that counts.
Look, we're even now. I killed you and then you killed me. Water under the bridge. I never wanted to hurt you. I don't even know how I got here. I'm a victim in all this too, wouldn't possessing me against my will make you no better than me? You don't have to be evil, you don't have to do this. Do you need to take my body? Can't I just open the door for you? Ah, fuck. Let's expand the Mind Palace for a second, and let's explore these options. We're even now. I killed you, you killed me, water under the bridge, right? Her response would be something along the lines of yes, but you can leave, I can't, that kind of. So she would still try and take our body. I never wanted to hurt you. I don't even know how I got here. She wouldn't pity. That's like trying to play some kind of pity card, some kind of I don't know, but we killed her once, and then we tried to do it again. I think our choices are well beyond playing the idiot card, playing dumb. I'm a victim in all of this too, you know. Do not say I'm a victim too to the person you've murdered. Wouldn't possessing me against my will make you no better than me? You don't have to be evil. I mean, I think she is just straight up evil, so... Yeah, do you need to take my body? Can't I just open the door for you? No, because she said she tried to leave. She went through, like, all of the doors and stuff. She went through the walls, and she kept ending up back in the basement. Because I did not come here to free her. I am not here to free her.
I don't think you get the magnitude of hatred that sits between us. You've broken more trust than I thought I had. Oh, we're past the point of compromise. I'm taking your body, and there's nothing you can do to stop me.
Yeah, I figured as much.
You violently struggle against the princess, but all you manage to do is grind the fragments of your splintered ankle together. You can't shake free from her now.
It's so easy to make you squirm, but I won't be crueler than I have to be. I don't even want to cause any more damage. It'll be hard enough for me to walk out of here on that broken ankle.
That's what I'm thinking.
You remain pinned to the floor of the long hallway as the rest of the princess's body emerges. Her proportions all wrong, limbs bent and curling, moving in ways that defy your understanding. Her torso stretches until her face is practically touching yours, her neck cracking audibly as she twists to look at you from a fresh angle. Are you sure you can't do anything to help us? Can't you, like, manifest a rock right on top of her head? And crush you along with her? Not that I even can manifest a rock. Besides, I thought you all wanted to free the princess.
I don't.
Not like this. You don't even have a weapon, so I'm afraid you're out of luck, which unfortunately means that I, and the rest of the world, are out of luck too. And whose fault is it there isn't a weapon here? Yours, I assume. There's supposed to be a pristine blade. Whatever you did in those previous lives of yours, you really messed up. Are you seriously trying to blame this on us? Your vision fades as she tears open the membrane of your soul.
Alright.
You're awake. Eyes once again fixed on the long hallway, your vision swimming as the princess's command reverberates inside your skull. Her voice is all-encompassing. You feel wrong.
Yeah, I should say so.
It's so cramped in here. Like there's some sort of growth trying to push us all out. I know. You rise to your feet, though the pain in your ankle is blinding. Your body slumps against the wall, desperately leaning into it for support. There's another option, you know. Don't help either of them. Flip the table. That gap where the mirror was, I don't think it goes anywhere. Let's throw ourselves into the abyss.
Yes! Oh, we're gonna move alright.
Your body, still slumped against the wall, trapped between the princess's overwhelming will and the blinding pain of your splintered ankle, takes an excruciating step towards the cabin door. The movement is stiff, your body reduced to a marionette, pulled reluctantly along by your strings.
It's not that bad. The pain feels good. Because I know you feel it too.
Huh? Throw your body into the abyss.
In a moment of overwhelming willpower, you tear your body from the wall and hurl it towards the gaping abyss.
I won't let you do this.
Well...
Capillaries burst and muscle fibers tear as you and the princess struggle over the reins of your body. One foot planted firmly on the edge where the floor ends, and the nothing begins. It's unquestionable that her reserves are greater than yours, but fortunately for you, the distance you have to cover is far shorter.
Enough is enough. I'm tired of us always losing. It's just a step away.
That's fine.
You throw everything you have against her and manage, for one brief moment, to overpower the princess's hold on your body. But that moment was all you needed. Your foot slips a few inches, and you collapse forward, the darkness swallowing you whole.
Because you're a disgusting creature.
Her thought slips through you, unheeded, as you fall and fall.
Sound is also a little loud compared to the voices. Okay.
What an end. But at least it's ours. An empire of frigid nothing. I don't think this qualifies as saving the world, but at least you didn't ruin it. What happens now? But I want to know what he thinks happens now. Oh? And why is that?
Okay.
He's gone. But
Okay. Terminal velocity ceases, and you feel something. A mass, a growth torn out of you. You and the princess look at each other for a short moment.
What's happening to me?
Another one for the creature. Another one for that creature. But you don't answer her before she's gone, and you feel a resistance underneath your feet once more. Memory returns.
she's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
Of course you're scared. This is the end for you, but it's not the end for me. It's going to be okay. Just trust me. We've been here before, and you always get scared.
But it feels so bad. Like looking into it right now is going to be the end of everything.
It's not.
It's going to do something to us. I can feel it. You don't need to comfort them.
It's the end for you, but not for me.
Okay. If you say so. We'll trust you.
See you on the other
So-
side.
This is all going to work out. Whatever makes you happy.
You approach the mirror. Gaze into the reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave. But you need to see what's in it. You've grown. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. Proceed to the cabin. You are at the cabin. Approach her.
Flickering lights and empty cityscapes become pockets of vitality and movement. I am more than I was before. Whenever you are ready, I will wipe your slate clean once again.
Are you the same being as you were before? How much have you changed?
Is a child the same as an infant? I am an unbroken pattern, but every vessel gives fresh perspectives and carves new avenues of expression. I am different, but I am the same.
What does it feel like to change like this?
Eyes close in reflection. Perspectives meld together, and the breadth of my experience stretches to new corners. There are contradictions, conflicts in my nature, and there are familiarities that bind everything together. It feels correct. This is what I need to be. This is the only path forward.
Everything you say feels like a riddle. Can you give me a single straight answer? I'm gonna guess the answer to that is no. When this is all done, do you know what you want to do? You know that at the end of this, once you're finished, I'm going to kill you, right? When I go back, it's as if an invisible wall closes around me. Why can I do nothing the same? Why can I not do the same things I've done before? You have been kinder to me than anyone else I've met. Thank you.
Why wouldn't I be kind to you? You are the only thing I know that isn't me.
Ready to go back, attack the entity. Enough of all this pretension, you're not actually saying anything. How many more vessels do I need to bring to you?
If I am to be an ocean, you have given me enough to build a pond. My waters are shallow and murky, and I yearn for more perspective. I will transcend in due time, and there is no way forward but to contribute to my awakening.
Sure, whatever this entity is, it might be different than the princess. We might be building the eldritch princess, goddess, god, creature. I'm ready to go back.
I await your return, but it will give me time to reflect on what I am. We will meet again.
Everything goes dark and you die. Alright. Bring the Wraith to her. Chapter 1, The Hero and the Princess.
You're on a path.
The end of the world, okay. Oh, okay, thanks for telling me what to do.
Don't mention it. It's all part of the job. You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess.
So we brought her the Wraith and that other version where the chest was flayed open. Proceed to the cabin. Let's not take the blade this time. Let's try something completely different. Let's not take the blade this time.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice softly carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
It's hypnotizing. It's the kind of voice you only have to hear once to remember it for the rest of your life. Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation. You're playing a dangerous game by coming here unarmed.
I'm here to save you.
Wait, really? You're here to rescue me? I was starting to think I'd be stuck down here forever.
Yes, we are gaslighting. I'm sorry.
I see. You're trying to get her to lower her guard.
I'm sorry.
It's a gamble, but it might work.
Come downstairs. I want to see the face of my rescuer.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
How are we gonna get the chain?
She's beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to anyone?
Voice of the hero, I'm begging you to stop.
I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on you here.
Hi. I can't believe you're here. I've been waiting for something like this to happen forever. I hope you brought something to deal with these chains.
Nope, bye.
You were lying when you said you were here to rescue her, but regardless of your intentions, breaking her out of those chains would be a big mistake. Don't even try it.
Let's talk a bit first.
Okay.
What's your name?
Oh.
She pauses, carefully formulating her words before she responds.
You can address me as Your Royal Highness. Or you can just call me Princess if Your Royal Highness is too formal.
That's not a name. That's not a name.
Is Princess her name or her title? What if it's both? Could you imagine being named Princess Princess?
So is Princess your name?
Like I said, you can call me Princess if you'd like.
That's not an answer.
I'm sorry, I've been down here so long I guess I've just forgotten. I must have a name, though. Everyone has a name.
Lies.
Okay, that's weird.
Deceit.
She hadn't even thought to pick a name for herself. Hopefully you're starting to see that she can't be trusted. Go back upstairs, get the blade, and slay her before it's too late.
I don't know anything about you. For all I know, you're locked up down here for a good reason. If I'm the first person you've seen in a while, what have you been eating? Or drinking? I'm going to keep you locked away down here, at least for a little bit. We can get to know each other better while I decide what to do. I'm gonna go back upstairs to retrieve the blade without saying another word.
Thank you.
I don't like
Turn
the...
back to the stairs, intent on retrieving the blade in the cabin.
But...
Where are you going? You can't just leave me here.
Yes, I can.
You'd better hope for your own sake that I don't slip these chains before you make it back down here.
Slip these chains? She can't, right? She needed our help to get out of here. But do you hear the conviction in her voice? I don't think she's bluffing. She has to be bluffing, but I'd hurry if I were you. You rush up to the first floor, grabbing the blade, both yours and the world's only possible salvation. Okay, if we're sure about this decision, I'll support it. I suppose we have a world to save after all.
It's too late. It's too late, though.
You slowly creep down the basement stairs. It's quiet. Where the princess sat only a moment ago, there's only a severed arm, its cooling flesh still chained to the wall. And she is nowhere to be seen.
It's too late.
Is it just me? Or did this room get a lot bigger?
She's lost an arm. I'm locking her down there and letting her bleed out.
This is a dangerous play. Who's to say she'll actually succumb to her wounds?
Me.
She doesn't have a weapon, and she's missing an arm. You can finish this right here, right now.
Fine, if both of them are agreeing... Tell you what, I'll even stay here for a while to make sure she's dead. But both of them are agreeing. Both the narrator and the voice of the hero. This, like, never happens. Ugh. I'm gonna lock her away, see what happens.
You close the basement door, locking it behind you and quickly barricading it with the heavy wooden table that once held the blade. Okay, we can make this work. She has an awful wound and we have all the time in the world. Playing jailkeeper for a while might make things a little easier. You settle in against the far wall to watch the basement door. It isn't long before you start to drift off, your eyelids heavy with fatigue. But sleep doesn't come. Instead, your rest is broken by a piercing, wailing voice calling out to you from the other side of the door.
I know you're still there. Why don't you make make things easier on yourself and let me out.
No. No.
It's not like this little door I'll hold for very long anyways. And it's probably a good idea to try to get back on my good side.
No.
She sounds terrifying. Like she's less of the princess you saw and more like something out of a nightmare.
Yes, because she is.
As she violently rattles the door, you do your best to shut her out of your mind.
Easy.
When I get out of here, I'm going to pick you apart piece by piece. I won't forget what you did, and I'll never forgive it. You don't know the kind of enemy you've made tonight.
I do, though.
It doesn't sound like she's getting any weaker. No, it doesn't.
Threaten me all you want. All it does is ease my guilty conscience. Whatever you are, you're not a princess. Go ahead and waste your energy. I'll be waiting for you. Bang on the door all you want. It'll only make you bleed out faster.
Do you think losing an arm is actually enough to do me in? I can always find another. I'm not as frail as you think.
You put the princess's threats out of your mind as best you can and huddle up against the wall. You jolt awake in the middle of the night to silence in the cabin. The ruckus has stopped, and the door to the basement is ajar, its lock broken, and the table shoved out of the way.
The door opens inward? What? Huh? Door open... Okay. Like, I get that it makes sense that it does close inward because it's an interior door. But that kind of makes the table in front of it feel pointless. Because it's not actually barricading anything.
Where is she?
Thanks for helping me get out of that awful basement.
You try and stumble to your feet, but as the princess draws near, it's as though your body simply stops working. It isn't all at once. The paralysis comes in waves. First your toes go numb, and then your feet, and then your legs. You lie prone on the floor of the cabin, unable to do anything but witness her approach. Whose side are you on? Yours, of course. But I have a duty to uphold the truth. Lying about the facts of the situation doesn't change them.
So helpless. I can take my time with you, can't I?
She steps closer, one silent footfall at a time, cocking her head in curiosity as you feel your organs shutting down one by one.
Jesus.
Or maybe I can't take my time with you. You don't look well. A little green around the gills. What a shame. If you'd only helped me get out of here, we could have done such wonderful things together.
Your lungs stop drawing in breath, and your heart freezes in your chest. You have seconds left.
I'd say better luck next time, but we both know this is the end, don't we?
It can't be. This can't actually be how everything ends. I'm sorry, but it is. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Chapter 2. The Nightmare.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. You're here to slay her.
But I died. What am I doing here?
I can assure you that you're not dead. And to answer your second question, you're here to slay the princess. I literally told you that a second ago. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. Shh. What if he hears us?
Voice of the paranoid. Okay, you're new.
That's a very good question, little voice. What if he does hear you? Shit. I think you'll find yourselves very hard-pressed to keep any secrets from me. Not that it matters right now, because like I said, this is the first time we've met. A warning. But she will lie. I don't think lying and cheating is her thing. She was very direct with us last time.
Or at least she was direct with us after we decided to lock her away. It doesn't matter. Don't trust anyone.
Paranoia's got it. Voice of the Paranoid's got it figured out.
The interior of the cabin is plain, the smooth wood of the walls almost featureless. The only furniture of note is a lone table, knocked on its side in the corner of the room. A pristine blade stands between you and the open, inviting basement doorway. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Hold on. What happened to the door? There was a door here last time.
It's just an empty frame.
She's already gotten out, hasn't she? And she's ready for us. She's been waiting. Can't you feel her eyes on us?
I'm going to need all of you to pull yourselves together. The princess has not already gotten out, but if you keep getting stuck in your head like this, you're going to struggle to get the job done. So deep breath in, deep breath out. Your task awaits, and only you can do it.
Take the blade.
You reach down and pick the blade up.
Good. Steel can't lie to us.
Jesus. Steel can't lie to us.
Is it gonna be enough, though? Couldn't you have given us something else? Something, I don't know, better than a knife? Could we have a bomb?
Can we have a bomb?
The blade is the only thing you need to finish your task. You're more than capable of pulling this off, so long as you don't lose faith in yourself.
Yeah, no, we got this.
Those are the words of someone who knows he's sending us to our death.
Nah, we got this, Paranoid. Let's approach the mirror.
You walk up to the wall next to the empty basement door frame. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here.
What are you talking about? This isn't a wall. It's a mirror. Or at least...
You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now. Did he make it go away? Clearly there was something in there worth investigating if he wants it hidden so bad. You cross over the threshold and onto a series of isolated steps, suspended in darkness.
Huh? The void?
More eyes, too. You never mentioned the eyes.
The air seeping up from below reminds you of fresh lightning and static, as if you're descending into a place that isn't meant for a creature of flesh and blood. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favour. Her cruel and playful voice prances up the stairs.
We got this.
I didn't think you'd come back. We're gonna have a lot of fun, you and I.
Okay, we need a game plan. Last time we were here, just being close to her was enough to kill us.
How hard is it to throw a knife?
It can't be that hard. But then we'd lose our weapon. We'd have to make it count. Otherwise she'd be furious and we'd be defenseless. If a knife is even enough to do anything against something like her in the first place. It'll be enough.
We don't need a plan. I'm just going to kill her. Mr. Narrator seems to think I can do it. I don't know why you're all being such pessimists right now.
Finally, a voice of reason. The rest of you should take notes. You know why I'm being a pessimist.
Yes.
I'm just asking questions. You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. As you emerge, you find yourself between two loose rows of white wooden planks suspended in nothingness. A smattering of cobblestones, visible against the inky black of the basement, mark where the floor should be, forming vague pathways. At what seems to be the end of the room, they diverge in opposite directions, left and right. She could be anywhere, and there's nowhere for us to hide. We're completely exposed. Are you really not going to comment on how weird this place is? No, I'm not.
We're going to die down here. I don't want to die again.
Please stop saying that. You're only going to make things worse. Just pick a direction and start moving.
I wouldn't give it too much thought if I were you. It doesn't really matter, because either way you go, I'm going to find you.
Let's go left.
You turn to the left.
First option, Occam's Razor. It's just the first one labeled.
A faintly outlined path lies before you.
There you are. I told you I was going to find you.
Boo.
As the princess approaches, your legs suddenly go numb.
Oh, she's got like a porcelain mask aesthetic now.
Your arms quickly follow. This is it, isn't it?
And you brought a little knife with you. Cute.
There has to be a way out of this. Think! Think! What did you do? Pull yourself together. She isn't supposed to be like this.
I wonder how many times I'll get to play with you before you break.
Your vision cuts out as your blood begins to coagulate. It's as if every part of your being is coming to a lurching halt. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Your lungs pull in a desperate gulp of air as your eyes shoot back open. Heart. What are you doing? I'm working. Do you want this body to function, or do you want... And then experience stops once more as your body reapproaches
Heart,
death.
lungs, liver, nerves.
Okay, whatever you were doing, please just start doing it again.
Heart,
Are you sure about that?
lungs,
Are you sure
liver,
that's what you want?
nerves.
You want to interrupt me some more. You have seconds left. Yes, I'm sure. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Again, your eyes shoot open as you gasp for breath.
Can't decide what you want to do, can you?
Lungs.
Oh well, standing there gasping like a fish is more fun than dead. Even if you look ridiculous.
Nerves. She isn't attacking us. Why? The why doesn't matter. She's already proven her ill intent. Don't lose sight of your mission.
Don't lose sight of the mission.
Your weapon
Stay on
is
target.
still in your hands. Strike at her and end this before it's too late. Lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver.
Why won't you finish me off? What good am I to you alive? What do you want from me? What happened after you killed me last time? I was sent here to stop you from destroying the world. You're a lunatic, you know that, right?
Lungs, liver, nerves,
If you want to work together, can you at least turn off this whole organ shutting down thing?
nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves.
I'm not doing any of this. I'm not helping you leave. I'm not going to try to kill you, so do your worst. Toss the blade and remain with your nightmare.
Nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves,
Leave together, run, slay the princess.
nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs.
How do we get the nightmare to the entity in the long quiet? How do we get the nightmare to the entity in the long quiet? Slay the princess.
This path is already worn by travel, and has been seen by one of my many eyes. You cannot walk it again. Change your course.
Liver,
Wait, what?
nerves,
Oh.
lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart.
Toss the blade and stay with your
Are you
nightmare.
serious? Nerves, heart, lungs. You fling the blade into the void, denying yourself the opportunity to ever slay her and finish your mission. Nerves,
Leads to an alternate version of the Wraith. Gotcha. Okay.
nerves,
Nobody's happy here, but maybe it's for the best.
liver.
You poor deluded thing. Do you think a single moment of bravery changes you into something you're not? I am what I am, and you're always going to be a coward.
Heart. She raises a hand to her mask and pulls it down. You don't get the chance to see what lies beneath before it envelops you.
Yeah, nightmare shit.
Like a creeping mold, the complete reality of your existence threads its way through your mind. Birth, Death, birth again, decay and bloom, a million stitches from a million microscopic wounds you've inflicted on everyone you've ever met, with every muscle you've moved and every word you've ever spoken. No.
Let me out.
Your existence hurts them.
Let me out.
A lonely soul in a room by itself, weeping. It lives for 80 years and then it's gone. And then it's there again.
Let me out.
No.
A reprieve. A good life. Love. Children. A steady career. Recognition from your peers. Here one moment. Gone the next. The worms have found their orifices.
Let me out.
No.
Diagnosis. It forgets everything it is. Anger, rage, distance, poverty. The lonely soul is lonely again. Love turns to mockery. It dies. It is reborn. Worse. Lonelier.
Let me out.
No. What's happening to us?
Let me out.
This is all too much. I can't keep going.
You can't keep going? Well, what are you talking about?
But he doesn't respond.
Oops, I think I broke you. I'll see you soon. You'll know what to do.
Your body is dead, but you live on. A monolith fear. Chapter. Oh god. Sorry, I was looking at the Steam achievement. The moment of clarity.
You're on a path in the... Shit! What the hell was that? Who are we? What are we doing?
There was a princess, I think. It's all so fuzzy. It hurts when I try to remember.
You shouldn't know about the princess. At least, not until I... You've already been here, haven't you? I guess. It feels so long ago, almost like we've never left.
We have to let her out.
No, that's the opposite of what you're here to do. You have to slay her. Slay? We decided not to do that, didn't we? Yeah, we're supposed to let her out. It's really the only way this works out for us.
Opportunist.
If you think about it, she's the one with power here. Nobody else can do much of anything.
Alright.
No, we were supposed to keep her trapped there forever.
And the stubborn.
I think.
Is this the moment of clarity?
We're supposed to be unfeeling. How many times do I have to tell you to snuff out your heart?
We can't be unfeeling. Not when there's so much fear everywhere.
Voice of the hunted?
There's nothing for us to do. We've already tried everything.
Voice of the
We
contrarian?
love her.
Voice of
So
the
we
smitten?
have to set her free.
Oh god. The simp voice?
Can we love something that hates us? Can we love something that hurts us?
The
To
skeptic?
be given an ounce of kindness from something so cruel would be more pure than any other love.
Ugh.
Why are there so many of us? There aren't supposed to be so many of us.
Thank you, the cheated.
This is bad. You need to get a grip. What did you let happen? How many times have you been here?
Yeah. All one voice actor? Oh, I can hear it. I can hear that it's all one VA. There are two VAs if you count the woman playing the princess and the entity in The Long Quiet. I think they're all wrong. That's a good question. How many times have you all been here? What if we don't go to the cabin? Can you make sense of them? I feel so disjointed. I don't know if I can pull this off. I don't know if I can slay her. The only way out is to do nothing. So nothing I will do. Proceed to the cabin. Nah, let's talk a little bit. I think they're all wrong.
Of course we're wrong.
Not you.
She's the only thing that's right.
Shut the fuck up.
Yes, obviously they're all wrong. What are you going to do about it?
Proceed to the cabin.
You slowly make your way through the umbral forest, bumping against unseen trees as you grasp through the darkness for a way forward. But eventually, you do make it to the cabin. Or rather, you make it to the place a cabin should have been. Instead, all you find is an empty hill. No, this isn't right. There's a cabin there. There's always supposed to be a cabin there.
He's changing it. He said he doesn't change it. He's changing it.
Don't ask him about the mirror. He always says he never sees it.
Yup.
He always lies.
Is it a lie? I don't know if he's lying about not seeing the cabin. I just think the cabin is like a vacuous space. You know, it's sort of this null space.
And he always makes it gone. Stay focused. You still have a job to do, and it's best not to be distracted by fraying thoughts. There is no mirror.
There is.
You know that as well as I do.
There's a mirror.
She's still here, buried deep inside the earth. Just walk up the hill. You always give too much space to the others. It's why you always lose.
I don't think we're losing.
You walk up the hill, hesitating just beyond the bounds of the cabin. The cabin that isn't there. You've got to clean the mirror, haven't you? You've got to see what's in it. Smash it to pieces.
She's on the other side, and we have to let her out. It's the only way we can be free.
It's the only way we can have our thoughts back. Just go around it.
Yeah, you know what?
Just do something. It doesn't matter what. Proceed.
Proceed.
Proceed to where? I'm afraid you're going to have to be a little more specific. That's a new one. Do you think it'll work? Of course it'll work. He always makes the best decisions. It's why he gets to make them. And it already has worked. It's gone, don't you see?
Dagger.
We're
Blade.
one step closer to
Blade.
her.
Blade.
The interior of the cabin is much the same as the exterior of the cabin. A dull, fuzzy, dreamlike nothing. It's empty and isolating, but there's just enough vague shape and unknown texture to suggest the structure therein. Wrong and unsettling as it may be. The only object of note is a pristine blade buried in the dirt floor, a hint of its shining edge teasing through the sediment. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you're going to do this right. Take it. It's the only way forward.
Take the blade. It's the only way forward. You've already tried everything else. Don't you remember? You have to take the blade. Take the blade.
You reach down to take the blade, but as you do, the ground beneath it shifts, the weapon sinking deep into the earth. You lean over the hole and gaze into the abyss. It is so very deep.
Okay.
Deep in the bowels of the earth, you see something staring back at you. It fills you with dread. It's her. She's watching us. She never stops watching us.
You really are a coward.
No, I wanted the blade.
With every word she speaks, the princess in the pit blinks closer.
I was joking when I said that way back when. You know that, right?
And closer.
I was having some fun, and I guess I wanted to see if I could melt you.
And closer.
Watching over me forever? That was so brave.
And closer.
But forever is so long. And time erodes everything. Except for me. I've already taken your will, and you're not getting it back. All that's left is for you to take my hand and let me out. It'll be so much fun, you and me together. together, exploring the world and spreading fear wherever we go? Well, mostly just me. But you'll get to be there too.
No.
A witness.
No.
I can even make you a little cage if you want. Gilded and everything. Now don't pose. Don't try to resist. I've already molded you into what I need. And you lost your powers so long ago. Don't bother working yourself into a frenzy to get it back.
No.
Do something. Do anything that isn't taking her hand.
You're just an object. A tool. You once were something else a long time ago. But was that something you? Or is it just a dull and jaded memory? There is no other ending here. Just take her hand and set her free. Boo! Let me walk away.
You extend your hand to hers. For all her past cruelties, the moment feels gentle. Tender, even. I can't believe you just made me say that. I hate you. The motion is difficult at first, as if something still resists your efforts. But then that resistance gives way, and it's over.
Are the other voices gone? Voice of the hero, voice of the smitten, voice of the skeptic, all those?
And that's the end. I wonder what we're going to do next.
I didn't think I'd be so tired.
The princess, exhausted, slumps.
Why is it so cold?
Yeah! There we go. You do not get the chance to respond, nor will you ever. It's time to leave. Memory returns.
Yeah. I can finally think again. Almost. That mirror's back. What does that mean for us? I'm sure it'll be whisked away, just like her. Maybe it won't be gone. Things are different now, aren't they? Doesn't seem like there's much else to do here. Finally, we can smash it.
No.
Oh, will you stop with the smashing?
What do we say, boys? One last vain attempt to look at ourselves.
Yeah. I think I'd like that.
Seems we've got a majority. All that's left is to give it a look.
Approach the mirror. You step towards the mirror once more. Its secrets remain hidden. Its mysteries remain unresolved.
Something tells me that this is the end of the line. But I don't feel bad about it. I'm ready.
That's new.
It feels okay. The fear's gone. I'm done fighting. My heart feels quiet. The game was always going to end. I'll be free of all of you. I'm ready for the truth. I'm ready to sleep.
I'm just ready to be anywhere that isn't here.
Boys, it's been an honor.
Gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone again. The mirror always makes them leave. But you need to see what's in it. The decay you've withered. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. Proceed to the cabin. You are at the cabin. Approach her.
I am a growing chorus of contradiction, a mass of tides ebbing and flowing all at once in more directions than my attention can bear to hold. To look at any one is to shift them all into something new, and to look away is to reshape them yet again. All of me is changing, and yet the rest of me is still the same.
You can't be a contradiction. Contradictions don't exist.
And yet my waters flow and my streets bustle. There are no words that can describe me into non-existence. There is no logic that can bind my multitudes. I am everything that you have known me to be, but I am also none of it.
What do you think of this vessel?
This one is filled with sadness. A doll, abandoned to the company of her darkest impulses. She desires only companionship, but the only thing she knows is how to hurt. She will make for a tender heart. Do not mourn her. She has finally found her way home.
What do you want me to bring you next time? Oh, here we go. This is what I was looking for. How many more vessels do I need to bring you?
We will know when we near our destination.
Okay.
Gifts aren't what someone tells you to bring them. Do not worry. There are no wrong answers, and every perspective illuminates my shadows and shares new secrets.
I'm ready to go back.
I will be here when it is time for us to meet again.
Everything goes dark, and you die. Bring the moment of clarity to her. The hero and the
You're
princess.
on a path.
Let's do it again. Continue to the cabin.
You make your way up.
Proceed to the cabin. Take the blade.
You take the blade from the table.
Enter the basement. Continue
Good.
down the stairs.
You're still listening to reason.
Let's try a different moment in... I feel like there's more branching paths along Chapter 2 in some segments, so let's... Steel your nerves and
You
step forward.
Your grip on the blade tightening as you steel
Let's
your resolve.
try and go back to some other Chapter 2s, and we'll see if we can choose other branching paths from there to, like, different Chapter 3s. She's unarmed if you hesitate. I'm not dropping the blade.
Then I'm not talking to you.
Slay the princess.
Doubt, unfortunately, clouds your thoughts as you attempt to run her through. A moment of distraction and hesitation is all she needed to sidestep your thrust and deliver a catastrophic blow to your jaw.
The chapters you've reached are locked. Okay. Is that going back to the entity's voice of you've already done this?
It feels like you've been hit with a sledgehammer. You can feel bone grinding on bone where your jaw has been
This is
fractured.
still different. This is still different.
Holy shit, that hurt! Though she's unarmed, the shock of that first strike is enough to stagger you, putting you and the princess on somewhat equal footing. Your blade slashes through the air again and again, and her fists connect with your body as many times or more, each impact as heavy as that first bone-crushing hit. We can still turn this around.
No. Finish the job. Flee and lock her in the... Okay. Yeah. Give up and she beats us to death, and then we come back and she's giant. Flee and lock her in the basement. We get the nightmare. Finish the job.
You and the princess stare at each other, both gasping for breath, equally exhausted. You probably won't make it out of here alive, but you can at least make sure that she won't make it out of here either. Excuse me? Do you think this is what I wanted to happen? I have a duty to state the facts of the situation, and honestly, it's a miracle anyone is still standing right now. Can you
Yeah.
not feel all those ruptured organs bouncing around in there? If the princess doesn't do our friend in herself, internal bleeding is certain to finish the job. The two of you clash for the final time. You feel your ribs break as she delivers a heavy blow, but you push through the pain, falling forward and sinking your blade deep into the princess's heart.
Oh.
The two of you fall to the floor.
This again, okay.
This was fun.
Huh?
The princess gasps, her voice an unhealthy rasp as her lungs start to fill with blood.
You put up more of a fight than I thought you would. But I have to wonder, do you really think this is the end?
No, I don't think this is the end.
But you don't have time to worry over such things. Everything goes dark, and you die.
The adversary. Put up your dukes. Put up your dukes.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path, you're here to slay her.
Getting a sense of deja vu, proceed to the cabin. We've been here before.
A warning. Before you go any further, she will lie.
Lying and cheating doesn't sound like her at all. Not that it matters. It's not like she can lie or cheat in the middle of a fight.
Are you sure about that?
The point of my warning wasn't to start an argument over what circumstances the princess is capable of lying in. The princess will do and say whatever she thinks it will take to get her out of there. So don't trust her. Ever. Are we clear?
Crystal, let's just get on with it already.
Ooh. The cabin is tighter than its exterior would suggest. Its cold stone walls press in on you as if trying to forcefully direct you forwards to your destination. The only furniture of note is a black iron altar with a pristine blade perched on its edge.
The blade is your implement.
Take the blade.
You take.
Approach the mirror.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall.
What are you talking about?
Wipe the mirror and it
You
disappears.
reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope.
But there was a mirror a second ago.
And now it's gone, so all of us can stop arguing about it and get to fighting.
Enter the basement.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a rough stone staircase, its walls pressing at your sides and tightening as you descend. The air seeping from below is heavy and oppressive, with an almost sulphuric odor to it. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. Her fierce voice carries up the stairs.
Is that another challenger? Finally. It's been ages since I've had a good fight.
This isn't what she sounded like last time. Her voice is a little deeper, almost threatening.
Good. Sounds like my kind of princess.
Sure.
As much as I appreciate the enthusiasm, just make sure you don't let your bloodlust get to your head. You need to stay focused and keep your wits about you. Remember, you're here to slay the princess, not to have a good fight.
Exactly.
As you descend the final step, the form of the princess comes into view, a large shackle leading from her wrist to the basement wall.
Looks like she could rip those chains out of the wall without a second thought.
Oh, it's you again. I'd been hoping you'd find your way back here. Good to see that death doesn't stick for either of us. And you brought your little knife, too. Yes. I'm going to have fun breaking you into little pieces.
You look different, so you do remember me. I'm actually here to free you. I'm not saying I'm not here to fight, but I think the two of us have a few things to unpack first. Like how we're both still alive. Slay the princess.
Good. With a singular focus, you launch off the wet stone floor of the basement and catapult yourself headlong towards the princess.
Here we go. Let's make this count.
Oh, we'll make it count, all right.
You can feel flesh give way before a sudden impact blunts your momentum, your weapon tightly lodged in the bone of her arm. She grins at you from behind her guard. Pull it out. We'll try a different angle.
No, we can do this. Just keep pushing.
We're not gonna win if our weapon's stuck in her arm.
True. Unlodge the blade and attack her from a different angle.
You pull back on the blade's hilt, doing your best to free it from its sinewed prison. But as you tug the blade free, the princess slams you down onto her knee.
The Bane move, like how how Bane broke Batman.
Collides with your ribs, and you feel them splinter, cracking like wet wood from the impact. And you find yourself in midair, effortlessly tossed across the room. You hit the floor, your ribs complaining painfully, but you can feel the hilt in your grip. You still have your weapon. You push yourself off the ground and attack the princess, trying to bait an opening. You do your best to outplay her, slashing out and leaving red cuts in the tattered remains of her white dress. But you have little room to maneuver. For every glancing blow you manage to land, she slams you against the wall in retaliation, each impact threatening to be the last.
This weak little dance isn't working. Just toughen up and overpower her.
She's throwing us around like a ragdoll. I think overpowering her is a little out of the question.
Did you think you could stop me with a few cuts? All this dancing around is doing nothing but annoying me. I own this place, and I own you.
The princess's arm shoots forward, her palm wrapping around your head, fingers gripping your skull.
Uh-oh.
How disappointing.
Uh-oh.
She squeezes, the pressure unbearable as her fingers dig into your scalp. The last thing you hear is the unsettling crack of your skull, and the sickening churn of what was your grey matter. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Chapter 3. The Eye of the Needle.
You're on a path in the wood. If you weren't so damned afraid of what she'd do to you, we wouldn't have died back there.
Fear is good. Fear keeps us alive. We died because you didn't have enough of it.
So what? You'd have us cower in a corner?
No, but that place suits her better than it suits us. She's big. We can't hope to find holes and openings down there. We need more room if we're going to survive. Are you suggesting luring her into the woods? Do you have any idea how dangerous that would be? If you lose sight of her, if she manages to slip away, that's it. Game over for everyone, yourself included. Are you not challenging us on all the looping? Have you known about it the whole time? Are you the same one we've been talking to since the beginning? Sorry to disappoint what I'm sure must feel like a grand revelation, but that's not what's going on here. We've never met. Then what is going on? What's going on is that you'd only be saying the things you've been saying if you'd already been here, and if you'd already seen things you weren't supposed to have seen. It doesn't matter. We could go in circles forever.
You have literally eternity to practice knife throws.
Let's get to the cabin.
Exactly.
It's good to know that at least one of you is still capable of reason. We may have the same destination, but we're not the same. You are still an other, and I don't trust you. Well, fortunately, you have an entire trip through the woods to reconsider that.
There's nothing to reconsider. We're all for violence here.
Are we? I haven't signed off on anything yet. Violence is the answer here, but the method is equally important to the act. You can't let her leave the cabin. It's like I said, all just circles. Instinct tells me we need space, and I trust instinct. Nothing else to say. Not for me.
Proceed to the cabin.
It isn't long before you find yourself at the end of the path, staring up the hill at the cabin. I hope you've given serious thought to your predicament.
No last advice for us? No words of warning?
From what I gather, you've heard it all before. There's no use screaming into the wind.
I don't know. Screaming sounds pretty good right about now. I could use a little catharsis.
Catharsis is for when we're finished. For now, we need to hold it out in front of us, something to chase.
Proceed to the cabin.
The interior of the cabin is suffocatingly tight, more of a glorified tunnel than a building. Its stone walls squeeze against your sides, leaving you no choice but to press forward. The only furniture of note is an iron altar jutting out from the wall, a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you're going to do this right. See? We have even less space than before. We need space or she'll kill us. and the only space is out there. Take it.
Take the blade.
You take the blade from the altar. Good. There's no overcoming her without it. We need every part of us to survive, and that steel claw is as much a part of us as any. You step forward and approach the door to the basement, hesitating before you open it. As if you don't see it. You do see it, right? All we see is a damned mirror. This really is just like last time. It smells of nothing, yet it's still there. You reach forward and drag your hand across the door leading to the basement. As if on command, it slowly slides open, scraping against the floor as it reveals the dim path ahead. Why am I not surprised? It was in our way, and now it's not. That's all that matters.
Sure.
Before you is what may as well be a sheer cliff face. There are enough footholds that you'll be able to clamber your way to the bottom, but it will require careful effort.
Okay, if it's a climb down, I seriously doubt there's a way to lure her out.
The air
into the open
from below is warm and wet, like the breath of an enemy locked in close quarters. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice, bold and fierce and impatient, echoes from the chamber below.
Do you have more fight in you than last time? That was such a disappointing show. I know you can do better than that.
Goad her. Rile her up. If she's angry, she'll make mistakes.
True.
You've nowhere to go but down. You start the difficult journey, gripping the stone, lowering yourself foot by grueling foot. But soon, there is solid ground beneath you. Remember, every crack and crevice will need to be faster than her. You turn to face what lies at the end of the narrow tunnel. The princess, imposing and tightly muscled, grins back at you from the darkness. Her face widens into a broad grin.
There you are, knife in hand. How thrilling! Attack me, bleed me, twist the blade in my flesh, break your bones against my body. I want a real challenge this time.
No.
We can't get that close. She'll kill us in the tight space, steel claw or not. Make her come to us, stand beyond her chains, and let her become frenzied. She'll break them. Then we run. I really don't like the sound of this.
I mean...
It's the only way we live.
Yes?
Well, what are you waiting for? If we're gonna do this right, you can't be scared. You need to want this as much as I do. So go on. Make the first move. Don't keep me waiting.
Just outside her chains. Why don't you want to be free? You want a good fight. If you really want to see me at your best, we need somewhere with more space. I'm not fighting you. Step close. The red flags were so big, but damn, her chest was bigger. Stop it. Stop it. She's a demon woman.
Stopping just outside the reach of her chains. The princess scoffs.
Oh, you're up to something tricky, aren't you? You're teasing me with what I want, but I'm sick of waiting. I'm not going to let you give me another bad fight. I'm going to get what I want.
Bloody desire in her eyes, the princess rushes forward, ignoring her chains as they bend and snap. Run.
Run.
Without hesitation, you turn back the way you came and scramble up the ledge towards the tunnel entrance. As you near the top, hands desperately clawing at jagged stone, you glance back. The princess is right on your heels. She doesn't bother to scale the wall as you do, instead digging deep into the rock of the cliff face with her fingertips in her rabid pursuit.
Uh-oh.
Anywhere you go, I will follow.
Good. You reach the ledge and hoist yourself up into the tunnel, the cabin door finally in sight, at once within your grasp and infinitely distant.
What is all of this for? What's the point? You and I are always going to end in violence, so why bother to run? I know what I am. Why can't you be the same? Little bird, where do you think you're going?
We're almost there. Don't think about almost. We're there when we're there. And we'll take the fight with us. Your skin hums tight with adrenaline as you burst through the cabin door and roll onto the grass. You glance back at the cabin as the princess, singular in her desire to destroy you, explodes through the doorway. You are walking a dangerous path. If you waver once, it's all over. So get it right.
There's nothing left to slow me down. Do you think this is better for you? Do you think this space gives you an edge? Then show me! Show me that you've been worth all the room you've taken up in my head!
Do it! Be swift, strike true, be where she's not. Let your body move you.
Instinct. Are you sure you want me to just slay the princess?
You leap from the grass and bound towards the princess, keeping low.
Charging me head on? Brave and foolish.
Her body braces for impact, anticipating the clash. That's where you're both wrong. Left, now! As the princess strikes, your body swerves to the left. She overextends, stumbling as her balance shifts unexpectedly. Strike. Before you can finish the thought, you lash out, the blade slicing through her leg. She turns to swing again. Right. You move out of the way, but this time it's not quite as clean. You can feel a bruise already blooming where her elbow crashed into flesh. It's nothing. A scratch. Yes, it could be worse. And you managed to gift her another cut in return. I'll be damned.
We fucking got
We're
this.
actually gonna pull this off, aren't we?
We got this.
You just might. But don't let it get to your head. Not until it's over.
Yes, finally! This is the hole I felt in my heart. This is what I've needed. This is what I've been missing. This is how it always needed to end. Both of us giving it our all, beating and bleeding each other to death.
The two of you engage in a devastating flurry of blows, each of you wounding the other again and again. She's stronger, but you're faster, and the deeper the both of you fall into your lethal dance, the more your edge shines over hers. She's slowing down, blood pouring from wounds, splattering at her feet, leaving her weak and unsteady. More! Keep going! We can't stop now!
Okay.
You spy an opening, but this time she's waiting for you. She lets you sink the blade deep, trapping you in place long enough to wrap you in her impenetrable arms. You're slammed to the ground. Nothing! These blows are nothing to us! But her gambit wasn't enough to close the gap. It wasn't enough to kill you. She stares you down, coughing up a splash of blood as she gasps for breath.
You've outplayed me, haven't you? Something feels wrong. Something.
And? Then what happens?
Narrator's gone. Cold hands. Alright, so that's 4. But you do not have the chance to respond. Nor will you ever. It's time for you to leave. Memory returns.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
It's going to be okay, trust me. We've been here before, and you're always scared.
But it feels so bad. That thing reeks of death. Screw the mirror. We just need to find the princess.
See you on the other side. It's going to be okay.
Okay. If you say so. We'll trust you. I'd like to be somewhere nice. Maybe there'll be a good fight there. Maybe we'll find her again.
approach the mirror. You approach the mirror. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave. But you need to see what's in it. You've unraveled. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. You are at the cabin.
There's a world beyond the endless walls of the long quiet. I am curious to see what it means for us to know it.
Do you think there are people out there?
It doesn't matter if there are. People are frail and impermanent. You and I are the only things that interest me.
Everything you say feels like a riddle. Do you think that anything is real out there? Do you think that we're real?
We are real. Nothing is an idea that dwells in the absence of something. But nothing cannot exist on its own. And because of that, nothing can't exist. One, whatever you bring me next will be enough, and then gravity will pull the others back to me. I will be singular, a final multitude.
Okay. I'm ready to go back.
The next time I see you, each of us will finally know what we are. I will be here, waiting for you.
Everything goes dark, and you die. Chapter 1. The Hero and the Princess. Continue to the cabin. Proceed to the cabin. Take the blade, enter the basement. Continue down the stairs.
Still listening to reason.
Steal your nerves. Okay. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this. Okay, what are some other options we could explore? What are some other options we can explore for this final gift to the entity in the long quiet? Can we just talk?
You're so close. Don't give up. You've come this far. No, this is a good idea. Maybe we can de-escalate things.
I don't think we can, but you know.
Oh, threatened, are we? You poor thing. Drop the knife, and of course we can talk.
I'm not dropping the
Then
blade.
I'm not talking to you.
Squint at the princess while holding on to the blade.
You stare at the princess, squinting. She squints back. The two of you are gonna do this forever, aren't you?
Squint at the princess even harder.
You squint even harder. So does she. At least nobody's dying right now. You're going to have to make a choice. You can't keep squinting forever. Eventually, someone is going to have to blink.
Ugh.
The blade tumbles out of your trembling hands and drops to the floor with an unceremonious clang.
Thank you. Maybe now we can just talk.
Against your better judgment, you step forward to speak with the princess face to face. Unarmed. We'll be fine.
No, we won't.
I don't know what you're hoping to accomplish here, but I can assure you there's no reasoning with her. Just make sure you don't forget about the blade on the floor. You're going to need it.
So here we are. What an awkward start to a relationship.
No. Okay, we've talked enough.
Oh, have you decided what to do with me?
What's going on, Shinepaw? How far into the game are you? I think I'm almost done. The entity in the Long Quiet says it only needs one more vessel.
You know why you're here.
No, I'm getting you out of here. Examine the chains.
Oh, you have to be kidding me.
No, kill her.
You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I'm guessing you don't have the key.
Nope.
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs. Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay, I guess we're set on this path for right now. I'm going to check upstairs. Maybe the key's still lying around somewhere up there, and if not, maybe I can at least find something to break you free.
I'll be here.
You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding into place. Is someone else here?
Return to the bottom of the stairs. Well,
You
shit.
make your way back to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd simply slain her like you were supposed to.
Really should have. I really should have.
Easier for whom? Easier for everyone.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they? The knife. Pick it up and cut me out of here.
What princesses? I got the Nightmare, the Wraith. I just got the Adversary. The Nightmare, the Wraith, the Adversary. There was a Ghost. Well, the Ghost turned into the Wraith. I can't remember what the first one was called. You're unironically the voice of the stubborn, and it's hilarious. Yeah, no, we need to kill her. The game is called Slay the Princess. I'm here to do one thing.
You won't like
I am not
what
here to
happens if you do
negotiate.
that.
No, they won't let me slay the princess anymore. All these options have been exhausted. All these options have been exhausted, I think. Save the princess. Sure.
Against your better judgment,
We'll see what happens.
You place the blade against the princess's arm, just above the massive, unyielding chain.
I don't like the way she's looking at me, unnerved by this.
You cut into her flesh. The blade is sharp, and you make quick work of it. Before long, you're able to crack through bone, and she pulls the bleeding stub of her arm through the iron gauntlet. She didn't so much as utter a sound.
Spectre into Wraith, Tower into Fury, that's what it was called. Tower into Fury, Nightmare into Moment of Clarity, and Adversary into Eye of the Needle. You also walked away from the Thorn first run, which is wild. I don't know what that means. I walked away on my second attempt. No. Yes. I got to... Was it called Chapter 2, The Thorn? Because I got to a secondary playthrough, and then I was just... I got to a Chapter 2, and I did just walk away. I did just leave before... Like, I met... Razor. Yes, it was called Razor. I got Chapter 2, The Razor, and I walked away. I don't know what that means. She didn't so much as utter a sound.
Free from her bindings, the princess turns to face you, her fierce gaze meeting your eye. How is she so composed after losing an arm? It's like she isn't even bothered by it.
Yeah, because she's fucked up. She's some kind of horrible, endless, eldritch entity.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
Approach the locked door.
We won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world.
Thoughts so far?
No. I just can't let her escape into the world.
I am enjoying it. I think this game is really, I was saying before, this game is fascinating because it depends entirely on the audience's preconceived notion on the damsel in distress archetype. Like, I feel, you know, half of this game, because the game is called Slay the Princess, and very quickly it's apparent that the princess is something more. But I feel like half of the, like, I've gotten, in the moment of clarity when it was all of the voices, I got, like, the voices of the smitten and the broken being, like, you know, in love with her and stuff. And I feel like those routes, like the Save the Princess routes, rely completely on the audience having a preconceived notion of the damsel in distress archetype, or at least falling for that I'm just not. Like, the it's called Slay the Princess. That was the assignment, and then in every run, it's like, oh no, the princess is actually some kind of, like, fucked up demon, or, you know, eldritch horror, some kind of eternal goddess, some kind of greater evil entity, you know? I don't fully trust the narrator. It's definitely an unreliable narrator. It's unreliable in the way that we have different ideas, because there's the ending where, you know, oh, here's your happily ever after, and you're in the cabin forever. That's, you know, that's a happy ending to the narrator, not happy ending to us. But I think, I was saying before that this could be the idea for this could be a side mission in the Borderlands spinoff, Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, which is like a D&D based, or D&D parody kind of, you know, fantasy RPG. Yeah, it is very Stanley Parable. I haven't played it on stream, but I have played the Stanley Parable. But, like, the same idea could be presented in a comedy game of an unreliable narrator saying, you gotta go kill the princess, and some player characters or some NPCs that are more adjacent to the player characters could say, is killing a princess really a good idea? This seems kind of fucked up. And it could be played for laughs. The presentation of this game is what makes it entirely. The Germanic storybook sort of folklore presentation, where the only color is the red of blood. Like, that's the only way it works as a horror game. This idea could very easily be played into comedy, but it's not, and that's what makes it fascinating. I did have, like, the content warnings at the beginning of the stream of, you know, I went to the website of the creators, and they had, like, a big list of content warnings. So I did, like, read through all that, so I did have an idea about what would be shown, but it's, like, it's not gore for the sake of gore. Like, it's not, it's good. It's a very good game. This is another one of those, like, games are art, and some art pushes the boundary. Who's your fave girl? None of them. None of them. I hate all of these princesses. The point of the game, it's called Slay the Princess. The gore is meaningful, and, like, when she pulls out your heart, like, yeah, you show that. Like, art, some art needs to push the boundaries, right? And I'm not falling for, because I can see it when I can see some instances where there are, gore can be compelling or fetishistic. Yes, and I think this game is sort of narrator pilled. I think this game is sort of riding the line between fetishizing the gore, but I'm finding it compelling without feeling that it's being fetishized. I think this game is kind of pushing some boundaries. I know what ending you're gonna get just off of vibes, no spoilers here. We'll see. I'm gonna keep going.
As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade. Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that.
Yes, he can.
Watch me.
Yeah. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, they really won't let me. Fuck! Damn it.
Stop that.
I thought this was a little too easy.
Your body lunges forward to sink the blade into her back, but the princess swiftly moves out of the way before you can connect.
Do you think you'll do another playthrough after this one? Or are you gonna end after this? I'm only gonna do one playthrough for right now. This, in my Discord server, there were a handful of games that were voted on by the community, and they tied. This game tied with 2 other games, so I'm just playing through them all in, like, chronological order. So I'll do one playthrough of this, and then, like, I have another game that I'm playing. But this might re-enter the rotation. This might, at some point, come back for, like, a second playthrough, just to see if we can get different things. Violence for violence sake is generally just like, okay, so you made that horribly visceral. The victim would have been dead eons ago, so, why did it go on for that long? And do you have a reason? Oh, yeah, for sure. What games got voted? God of War 2, which I've already played. This, and then Spyro Attack of the Rhinox. God of War 2 being the, like, 2007... Oop. The whole fetishization of gore is such a weirdly prevalent thing in some female-led games, especially Lara Croft. Yeah, like... Certainly I don't have any horses in this race. Certainly I would never make any violent art, ever. Gods, those are long? I mean, I beat God of War 2 in, like, 2 streams. It's God of War 2 from, like, 2007. Like, the original God of War 2. I beat that in a couple streams. This one looks like it's only going to be taking, like, a stream. And then Spyro Attack of the Rhinox. I've never played that one before. People have told me it's longer than the other GBA Spyro games, but we'll see. But yeah, chat and the Discord server, they vote on... No, not the new God of War. No, not God of War Ragnarok. I'm playing through a majority of the God of War games leading up to play the Norse ones on stream, because I love, like, God of War 2018 and God of War Ragnarok, a couple of my favorite games, like, ever. So I'm just playing through them all to... Yeah, thanks, homie. Yeah, that's the Discord server. So yeah, the Discord server votes on, like, the games that I play for Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then Monday is just whatever I want to play. My schedule should be somewhere on... Yeah, so, like, right now, I am... Come on, load. And schedule. Yeah, so, like, right now, I'm doing Ratchet & Clank on Mondays. Oh, hang on. Yeah, Ratchet & Clank on Mondays. I'm doing a few different games on Tuesday. Again, like, just getting through. Replaying the Bubsy games. No! You can't make me. You can't make me. And then I'm doing Judgment as Risen donated 6 gift subs. I played through Bubsy 3D. And I think that's actually airing on the YouTube channel. Hang on. All of my VODs end up over on YouTube, and I think the Bubsy 3D VODs are just now going up. That was a bad time. But yeah, I'm playing through Judgment. Risen donated 6 gift subs. If you see at the bottom of the stream, donate a certain number of gift subs, and it will skip the voting process. So Judgment was paid for with 6 gift subs, and then on Thursday I'm playing Alan Wake 2, voted on by, which has been very good. I did not like any of the other Remedy games, but I am loving Alan Wake 2. It is a step in the right direction for that company. Yeah, no, it's a good time. It's a great time. We're working towards, like, 100 followers. At 100 followers, I'm going to be playing the E.T. video game. So that's going to be fun. That's going to be a nightmare. Yeah, it's a good time. You know how it is. Body lunges forward, yeah.
Stop it. Stop resisting me. I am trying to get you out of here alive.
Do I like pain? This was set up by one of my mods. We could just do that. I play bad games, so like I don't. Ugh. I'm the gaming martyr. That's that was one of my mods, Mew. She set up the. It's not that I like pain. It's just that it's funny. It's just funny when I play bad games. No! It's funny. It's funny. Speaking of fetishes, stop it! All of you! Stop it! Oh, if you want, hang on. Also, if you want to donate, I do have a Patreon now. If you want to donate to my suffering more directly. There's only 2 tiers. One, you just get like my personal thank you, but the second tier, the second tier, you'll get your name read out before a stream. It's just a joke. I know. Yes. Get a name read out before a stream, and then there's also just if you want to donate to me monthly, because gifts, the price for subscriptions on Twitch is going up, and Twitch takes a lot of that. So if you want to support me more directly, you can donate to the Patreon. Where the hell? Hang on. Also, there's a cat, and I hear him. What's going on, buddy? Oh, come here, baby boy. Oh. Also, there's a cat. Hey, buddy. Mwah. Honestly, you being a masochist kind of makes more sense than just playing them for the lulz. It's genuinely for the bit. It's genuinely for the bit. I thought Bubsy 3D would be a funny idea, and it's just actually like playing a migraine. Isn't like Bubsy owns a cat. Checkmate, atheist. Mwah. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Hey, buddy. You just want to hang out? You can just hang out, right, buddy? Yeah. Resist, I guess.
The blade. Move the blade.
You're doing your best to help me, aren't you? I can see the conflict in your eyes. I'll make this quick.
She steps forward and pries the blade from your rigid hands.
Maybe I'll see you in another life.
Maybe.
And then she slits your throat with an almost clinical ease. Her face remains unchanged as she watches you collapse to the ground, blood flowing from your butchered neck.
Dude, is she gonna murder you? Dude. She gonna murder you? Is she gonna murder you?
Isn't it? I'm afraid it is. Everything goes dark, and you die. I hope it was worth it.
No, because I also wanted to kill her. Chapter 2, The Prisoner.
You're on a path in the woods. You're here to slay her.
Wait, hasn't this already happened? All of the usual, like, prisoner?
A warning before you go any further. She will lie. Yes, don't believe a word she says. Just go in, take the knife, and do what you're supposed to. Wink. Did you just say wink out loud?
Wink.
No, I didn't. Wink. Just ignore this clown and focus on the princess.
Proceed to the cabin. You know what? I thought
the interior of the
this was a completely different game.
Woodland retreat, and more like a dungeon.
This is
a few pathetic wisps of starlight attempt to illuminate the cold,
and I thought that's why we were having the gore talk.
And thick wrought iron bars barricade the windows, reminding anyone.
I don't know what game you thought this was.
This
is the Stanley Parable grayscale. I just turned down the saturation on the Stanley Parable settings, and this is the Stanley Parable. Yeah, they added some more. There was the Stanley Parable Deluxe Edition that came out for like the 10-year anniversary of the game. This is the Stanley Parable 11th anniversary edition. They added grayscale. And also they added gore. Super intensely visceral with their designs.
The only furniture of note is an iron table, bolted to the floor, a pristine blade perched on its edge.
Hey, buddy.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Yes. Take the blade as usual.
You take the blade from... Good idea. Much better to be armed than to go in with blind hope alone.
You didn't say anything about the mirror on the wall. Let's approach the mirror.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall.
What are you talking about?
All the usual, wipe the mirror clean and the mirror
Reach forward
disappears.
and rub your hand against the cabin. But there was a mirror a second ago, and now it's gone. If he doesn't want us to know about it, it must be important. We should keep our eyes peeled. Maybe it'll be back.
Maybe. Enter the basement.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing an old stone staircase. A few sputtering torches attempt to vaguely illuminate your path, dancing across glimmering patches of slimy moss on the stone steps. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor.
He's like burying his face in my open palm.
Her voice, harsh but controlled, carries up the stairs.
Hunger? No, not ringing a bell. So mad I can't think of this game everyone was playing. Fear and Hunger? Hang on. Fear and Hunger survival game. What the hell is this? I've never heard of this before. Oh, it makes me uncomfortable just looking at it. Yeah, I'm not a gore person. I'm not a gore and viscera person.
Is that a visitor I hear? Please, come downstairs. It's been a while since I've had company.
Def not a stream game.
Visitors she could be referring to. Were we not the first? You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. She looks up at you, the heavy collar around her neck clanking loudly as she moves. The chains binding both her wrists to the far wall, joining the metallic chorus as she adjusts her hands in her lap. Should we be worried about the one around her neck? Why would you be worried about her restraints? If anything, they'll make your job easier.
Real.
Have you noticed the empty chain on the wall? Odd that in a place where everything seems to
Yeah, I
serve
did
a
take the
distinct
knife.
purpose.
Why would I not
there
take
would
the
be
knife?
something so
We're here to slay the
obviously
princess. Why would I
useless.
not take the knife?
What an interesting development. Why don't you have a seat? The two of us should chat before you bury that thing in my heart.
Without a moment of hesitation, you charge the princess, your blade primed to deliver a lethal strike.
I am not a damsel to be helplessly murdered.
Thank God, something new.
As you move to strike the princess, she stands, her chains clinking as she wraps them around her fists. In an instant, they're around your neck, both of you dropping to the ground as she pulls them taut, bracing her body against yours as you struggle uselessly.
How do they manage to aside from the princess, how do they manage to recreate my basement? It's crazy.
Or you die.
Yeah, I have the chains, but I don't have anybody in there right now. Little man, what the fuck are you doing? Hey. 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 Yeah, I'm talking to you. Hey. 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 What the fuck? I'm gonna let him out. He's such a little shit. Hey. Hey. God, that's a running joke with some of my, like, IRL friends. Somebody will just say, like, A, like, trying to get somebody's attention, and we all just stop and we just start chanting. We're like, A. 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 We just, like, everybody stops what they're doing. I mean, yeah, the person who's usually in the change is... Fuck. Can't believe you fucking got me like that, Arrow. Fuck. I got. Damn it.
I thought this was going to be a safe move, but she's going to kill us. Just listen to her. Do what she says. How many times did I warn you she's not to be trusted? But while strangulation can be very distracting, she's not armed, and you have your pristine blade. End her before she ends you.
Correct. Slay the princess.
Steal your will and refuse to give in to the princess's demands, ignoring the stars dancing in your eyes and the screaming of your starved lungs. You strike. You fumble your first few attempts, only making surface-level scratches and gouges as your arm flails forward, barely able to obey you. But a single focused blow was all it took. Your blade pierces up through her ribs, slicing through flesh, striking her heart.
You've managed to make the Eldritch Abomination hate you in every single universe. That's the plan! See, here's the thing. I didn't know that there were universes where she could like you, because I don't... The game is called Slay the Princess! So I would definitely buy some fancy chains, unlike the chains of the poor. Chains of the poor. I don't want her to like me. She's some kind of horrific abomination. Eldritch Abomination, you said it. I've been saying it. She's some kind of horrific, otherworldly monster. I don't want her to like me. It's kinda, I'm not gonna lie. Not you too! What the fuck is happening? Guess he missed the second screen where it said, this is a love story. Oh, it did say that! At the very beginning, it did say, this is a love story. It said something like, this is, this is a horror game. There's blood. There's... On your side could be a good thing. Nah. How... Again, we were talking about BG3 earlier. Like, Astarion didn't get me. Astarion is not sexy. Astarion did not get me. The princess, not gonna get me. Not gonna get me. And the omniscient disembodied voice in your head that's lied to you repeatedly is to be trusted? No. I've also stated, you can rewind the VOD. You can rewind this stream. I am on record saying that I don't trust the narrator. I don't trust the narrator. I don't trust any of the other voices. Sometimes we agree on things. Sometimes the narrator and I agree on things. Sometimes the voices and I agree on things, especially the skeptic, the paranoid and I have agreed on some things. Sometimes the hero has some good words. Your actions and words are very, very different. No, I have stated that, like, I don't trust anybody. It's just that our objectives align. The narrator wants me to kill the princess. I also want to kill the princess. Because the princess is an abomination that shouldn't exist. But, like, when the narrator said, I'll give you a happy ending, you'll get a happily ever after if you slay the princess, I didn't trust that shit. I'm on record saying I didn't trust that shit, and I was right not to trust it. An Eldritch Abomination waifu at least might take me to some crazy paradise. I guess. Look. I cannot be got. I cannot be got by some fucking... Is it... Okay, so I've stated that I think this game relies heavily on... What if she should exist, though? You're a walking humanoid bird that's pretty abomination? Look, I have agency over my own existence. I'm not mad. This has been one hell of a playthrough. I'll take your word for it. This is my only playthrough. This is just how the game is played. I don't know what you mean by one hell of a playthrough. This is how the game is played.
The chains loosen. The darkness creeping in at the edges of your vision subsides.
None of this was ever very fair, was it? But I did kill you last time. I should have expected you might want some petty revenge. Unfortunately for you, that means you've dug your own grave. You can forget about me ever helping you again, even if it damns us both.
You're like one of maybe two people I've ever seen not get the damsel first run.
And just like that, the princess is slain and the world is saved. Whenever you're ready, you can proceed to your reward.
I don't like this. It was too easy.
Hey, what if I kept running away? That's an ending? I could just keep running away?
It was not too easy. We almost died. That's right. This was an incredibly difficult task, and you performed it admirably. Let's just get out of here. I don't like looking at her body. Plus, he said there'd be a reward. I'd appreciate a reward right about now.
You have the attention span of a fly. How are we supposed to unravel the mysteries of this place if you're so easily distracted by empty promises?
It's a bit picky, but it is a full route.
It's better to have a short attention span in a situation like this. There's no use dwelling on the past, especially when it's already set in stone. And especially when your promised reward is not, in fact, empty, and is worth all the adversity you've been through to get here.
No, it's just eternity in the fucking
Fine.
cabin.
But if we're leaving, then we're taking the blade. I feel exposed without it.
No, we've gotten got before. Oh
With
hey,
your work
we just got the
done,
sword,
you
or we
remove
got the blade.
from the princess's corpse and make your way back upstairs, closing the door to the basement behind you. You can think of it as sealing yourself off from an unpleasant chapter of your life. It's all uphill from here.
Yeah, it's all uphill.
The windows. Do you see that? We used to be able to see the outside world from up here, but now it's just empty. The door. Check the door.
We're in the void. Open the
You
door
open
to
the
accept
cabin
your
door,
reward.
ready to return to a world saved from certain doom.
I still stand by the idea this eternity shit would have been much more manageable by practicing knife throws. It's true.
Only a world saved from certain doom isn't what you find. Instead, what you find is nothing at all. Where a lush forest stood mere minutes ago, the only thing in front of you now is the vast emptiness of some place far away.
You don't have to act surprised. We could see this vast emptiness through the windows.
But if everything's gone, does that mean we're not gonna get our reward?
This is the reward,
This
buddy.
is your reward. An eternity of bliss, if you'll have it. And I suggest that you have it.
No,
Okay.
not this shit again. You can ease the boredom with trick shots. Maybe count how many headshots you get in a row.
This is what's best for everyone. Trust me.
Like hell it is.
What's done is done. And there's no going back now.
True.
Time passes. You can't be sure if it's days or months or
But you've never been
years
happier.
or
Yes, we've been here
decades.
before.
No, it can't be decades. We can't go along with this. We can't let him win.
What? Didn't you hear the narrator? I'm happy. We're happy. What do you suggest then? I don't want to die again. I didn't like dying last time. I'm going to accept my reward now. I don't know. I'm pretty happy. Slay
You
yourself.
goddamn spiteful bastard. Are you really going to turn down immortality itself just to make me lose?
Eat shit. Oh my god. Eat shit.
Why should it matter if we die at this point? Haven't you already gotten what you want?
I think the real princess was the deaths we had along the way.
I don't have to answer that.
Fuck you.
That's all we needed to hear.
You raise the blade, then drive it into your heart. You collapse to the floor, everything goes dark, and you die. You're a genocidal maniac, you know that, right?
No.
Yeah, we'll see about that.
Chapter 3. The Grey.
You're on a path in the woods. See? That wasn't so bad. And now we've got another chance to get to the bottom of things. Bit by bit, we're starting to unravel this place. There are so many more threads to pull once you stop feeling. That's a little dark, buddy. You feeling okay? I'm feeling nothing. And I like that just fine. He's not wrong. Sentimentality won't help us here. We need scientific rigor.
I like the skeptic.
So you've been here before. Of course you've been here before. What count is it this time? 2?
It's our 3rd. What gave it away?
Your open discussions. You came around on that awful fast. Have you just been pretending to forget every time? I'm afraid not. Whatever other versions of me you've met in those other lifetimes were just that. Other versions of me. I just wish I'd been the first.
He entered the emo phase already? Oh no, that's just the voice of the cold.
So you knew how all
Voice of the Cold is one of the first ones we got, I think.
Tell us?
That's
We
just
could
the
have used
Cold.
it to
He's
our
alright.
advantage.
He's fine.
That's because there is no using it to your advantage. The more information you have, the harder it will be for you to succeed.
It's not like it was that difficult to slay her last time. She may have put up a fight, but her flesh is still softer than our blade. And now she's dead, and I doubt she'll be able to do much of anything from the grave.
You already slew her, and you survived.
Yes.
Then why, pray tell, are you here?
Because you gave us a bad reward, asshole.
Oh, I know that one. We killed ourselves. Why?
Because you thought trying to stuff us away in a corner for eternity was a suitable reward.
Was it not? What better reward is there than eternal bliss? You should have been happy. We weren't.
We were bored.
You were bored. I was just unhappy. There were still answers that we needed to find. It was actually working. And you killed yourself. I can't believe it. You ruined everything. How does us dying ruin everything? What aren't you telling us? The world doesn't stay saved if you die. And if the world isn't saved, then that means she isn't dead.
Oh, now isn't that interesting? I assumed she'd just be a pile of old bones, but perhaps she's not. There's only one way to find out. We should go see her.
Correct. Yeah. Proceed to the cabin. Maybe just find a
I'm
big-ass
sure you've
stick,
already heard my
instantly
words
collapse the
of warning
building
on one of
from
your
the outside.
past lives. You've already managed to slay her once.
Can't
just
enter the void if you're not in the house.
don't muck it up this time, alright? What we do is entirely up to us.
And we have all those mysteries to unravel. Isn't that right?
You aren't here to solve a mystery. You're here to save the world.
Me talking to the voices in my head. Come on, gang, we have a mystery to solve.
That's what you say. But how can we be sure?
We can't be sure of anything except what's right in front of us.
Okay, but we should care about the fate of the world.
Burn that shit? Yeah.
Why?
Well, I mean, she's in a basement, so we would just collapse the burned house on top of the basement structure, but...
Because we should. I don't know. It's important.
Collapse the cabin onto the basement structure.
Yes. I think. For all we know, the world you're talking about isn't even real. Of course it's real. Where do you think you are? Somewhere else? Maybe we are. This is horribly unproductive. The cabin and your extremely important destiny await. As soon as you enter the cabin, you're struck by an overwhelming scent of decay, of mold and death and stagnant water. The once stately wooden building is bloated, its beams dripping with a black ooze of putrefaction, all but the exterior stone walls warped beyond recognition. It must have been beautiful once, but in its ruin, it is beyond repulsive. But you're not
And
alone.
now... Oh, yeah.
You can feel
Sorry, I was
something
focused on the game. See you around, dude.
watching you.
Thanks for hanging out.
There is a figure, faintly outlined against the rotting wood of the wall. Is that her? It's like she isn't even there.
See? We killed her.
You're right. Maybe she doesn't reset like us. She certainly doesn't look the same as she did last time.
Before you can make a move, the figure is gone, vanishing behind the door on the far side of the room.
The door at the end of the room, but there isn't a door, it's just that damn mirror again. Yes, the mirror that he can't see.
The mirror? Is this some kind of joke? Did you all plan this out before dying? There is no mirror. There's the door to the basement, the table, and the pristine blade. Huh. That's strange. There's supposed to be a pristine blade. Why isn't there a pristine blade?
No pristine blade.
Maybe it's gone because we've already killed her with it.
But we had it with us when we died. And besides, everything else has reset. Why wouldn't the blade have reset too? Maybe it's because we've already explored that avenue. We've seen what happens when we slay her. Maybe this place has decided we don't need to try that again.
Just smash the mirror and go
I
home.
suppose it doesn't matter why the blade is
They do
gone.
give me
You're
the
going to have
option
to
every
find
now
it
and then to
if
smash
you're
the
going to
mirror,
do
but I
this
never
right.
do.
So why don't you march over to that door and make your way down to the basement?
Approach the mirror.
You make your way to the door at the end of the room, stopping just in front of it. You must think you're looking at that mirror you mentioned earlier, the one that doesn't exist. Just reach forward and open the door.
It's still so hazy. We should try and clean it off.
Yes, trying to touch it does seem to be the magic spell to get it out of our way.
Maybe it won't disappear this time and we'll finally get a good look at ourselves. We should explore every option.
We should explore every option. One option.
You reach forward and place your hand on the door to the basement. The handle is just a little to your right, and a little down.
Yeah, we can see it now.
So much for our reflection. We didn't need to see ourselves anyway. I'm much more interested in seeing other things.
True.
No way left to go but down.
The door to the basement groans open. The air is foul and wet, so thick that you can almost feel it settle onto your skin in layers of grime. The stairs are coated with slimy algae, the wood rotted through in places, reeking of fetid vegetation.
Algae.
A wispy figure watches you from the bottom of the stairs, face veiled in shadows, legs submerged up to her shins in dark waters.
There she is again. Barely.
She's just an old memory. Your eyes lock for a brief moment, then she vanishes around the corner.
Proceed down
As you
the
descend
stairs.
the final step, the form of the princess comes into view. A bloated body floating face down in slowly rising waters, her wrist still bound to the wall by a heavy chain. This cell is a dark and isolated place, with not so much as a window to allow starlight to penetrate the gloom. See? She's dead.
She's not just dead. It looks like she's been rotting. So killing her does stick. Mostly. But if she's dead, then what are we supposed to do?
She isn't dead. You clearly just believe she is.
Her corpse is floating right in front of us. You can stop it with the mind games.
If she's dead, then do we even have to do anything? How can she be a threat to the world like this? Your thoughts are cut short by the sound of a slamming door and a clicking lock. You turn to see the shade of the princess staring down at you from the top of the stairs. So that's where the blade is. It's already in her heart. And yet she isn't dead.
Nope.
She is dead. Have you never heard of a ghost before?
Slightly horny Lovecraftian writer. Yeah, it does feel... I am a fan of the prose. The way that the game articulates what is happening. I am a fan of how it is written, It is a little, like, grossly horny.
Oh, for the love of... Can we not waste time arguing over the semantics of what is and isn't dead? She is clearly conscious. She clearly just slammed the door on you, and she clearly has a weapon. Your pristine blade sticking out of her chest. This is extremely bad. Catastrophic, even. Yeah, dead or not, what are we supposed to do about her? Slaying, or destroying, if we want to be a little more death neutral, seems off the table. Yeah, this is tricky. But let's talk to her. See what kind of information she has that we don't. But she hasn't said anything. Are you sure she can talk like this?
Bold of you to come back here after what you did.
Are you sure she can talk like this? Speaks immediately. I guess we should talk a little bit. Why did you close the door?
But she doesn't answer your question. All she does is watch you in shadowed silence. Do you hear that trickling sound? The water's rising, isn't it? It is.
Oh.
It's rising fast. Oh, that's interesting. We've never drowned before. I wonder how it'll feel.
I've heard it's terrible.
Bad, I bet.
I've heard it's terrible.
I don't think dying ever feels good. Yes, how astute. Dying is bad and you should avoid it. How about you stop trying to talk to her and do something instead?
Rush for the knife. Rush for the blade.
The princess eyes you with a disaffected gaze as you rush up the stairs, but you don't make it past the first few steps. The door bursts open, a powerful wave of water crashing down towards you. You're swept up in the flood. Your head slams into the basement wall. You come to a moment later, suspended in darkness, disorientated, only aware of the surface of the water and the emptiness above.
Not for most.
And of course, the princess, hovering above you, watching in silence as you struggle to stay afloat in the icy depths. There's no way out. It's so dark and cold, I think our limbs are slowing down. How much longer can we do this? Just keep breathing, we'll figure this out. Or we won't. It doesn't matter either way. But you don't have time to figure anything out. Something cold and clammy wraps around
It's all
your
good.
ankle.
There's no obligation to chat. If you just want to hang out, if you just want to lurk, that is completely fine. There's no obligation.
You're dragged under.
I appreciate
only
you.
able
I
to
appreciate
take
anybody
one
just
last
hanging out,
hopeful
honestly.
Gulp of air before your head is plunged into the freezing depths. As you sink below the surface, you see it. Or rather, you see her. The body you found floating when you first arrived, its hand is locked around your ankle, the heavy chains pulling you both down into the unfeeling, suffocating nothingness. I get it. We shouldn't have killed her. Just get it away from us, please. The past is the past. There's no changing it. There's nothing to fix. And there's not a lot we can do about the present either. Not unless we think, like we should have been doing all along. But there is no thinking as you drown. You desperately try to pull yourself back to the surface again, and again, and again. Your icy limbs flailing desperately against the grip of her rotting corpse. And all the while her ghastly figure stares down at you, expressionless, as unfeeling as the weight around your ankle.
Your lungs filled with water, the same as mine filled with blood. In the end, we're not so different.
Oh, the entity did take her. Okay. Okay. But your lungs don't fill, nor will they ever. It's time for you to leave. Memory returns.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again.
Of course you're scared. You're always
But it
scared.
feels so bad.
You're right. Part of me wants the truth, but something stronger is holding me back. Fear.
You don't need to comfort them. Okay. If you say so, we'll trust you.
Feels too good to be true.
Whatever makes you happy.
You approach the mirror. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave. But you need to see what's in it. You are nothing at all. But that isn't right. You can't be nothing. You refocus your gaze, and then you see it. A figure faint and veiled in shadow, just beyond the reflection. Are you me?
I think you know what I am.
A crack slides down the center of the mirror, splitting the image of in the glass in two. And then another crack forms, and another, turning the mirror into jagged shards of broken glass. So you're the narrator. I was wondering if I'd ever get to see you.
The narrator, yes. I suppose that's my job, isn't it? You needed help after all, an objective voice to guide your blade. But you were never supposed to see me. I wonder how many worlds you've damned to extinction to fall this far.
What are you? Are you something like me?
Oh, I'm nothing like you. I am an echo, likely one of many. Somebody made you after all, and I'm what's left of him. Not that I'm the only one who can make that claim. I'm sure you've met many others like me.
Others like you. You've said something like that before. Has every narrator really been different?
Of course. That is by both necessity and design. This construct you're in exists in many places at once. Any time you failed, any time you thought yourself dead, it would restart and shunt both your consciousness and hers into another world. But you'll be awake soon, and then it won't be able to work like that anymore.
Do you have anything to say for yourself for all of this hubris?
I do. The people out there are real. No matter what you do to them, no matter what you enable, I want you to remember that.
After everything you've done to us, do you think anyone deserves to live?
Nobody alive has done anything to you. I'm all gone. But if you and the princess want to smite the rest of them for the crimes of a dead man, if you really want to be that petty, there isn't much I can do to stop you.
This game, my issue with this game is that it's playing a binary, that you're either on the side of the narrator or the princess. It doesn't really feel like the player character has enough agency. Are you a part of me, or are you something else?
No, I'm not a part of you. But that's all a matter of perspective, isn't it? From one vantage point I must seem wholly foreign, but from another, well, all the versions of me that have existed have collectively heard your every thought and driven your every action. If that isn't being part of you, then what is?
And what is my true identity?
You're the long quiet, the god I made to rid the world of death.
Oh god, I always knew I was special. I wasn't supposed to see all this, was I?
You were either going to have seen all this, or you weren't going to have seen all this. This is worse, but you still have an opportunity to save the world. You can still slay her. Soon I'll be gone entirely, and you'll be left alone with your final choice. So allow me to make my final request. The princess contains death itself within her, but I wove you into being with all the power you need to destroy her forever. Do it. Slay her, and rid the world of death and suffering.
So you do know about the looping. So many of the times I met you, you denied it, as it even being a possibility. Why did you lie to me? If you want me to slay her, I need to know what she exactly is. Yeah, if you want me to slay her, I need to know what she exactly is.
She is the shifting mound, the ebb and flow, the capacity to change. She is transformation, or most of it. Her nature is why I had to die, for she becomes that which others perceive her to be. But an echo can't perceive things, not in the way that people can. So I tucked a part of myself into the folds of this construct to guide you. Seems that every me you met did a real shit job of it, though.
Run out of questions. Rest easy. I'm going to destroy her.
Are you lying? I can't tell. But I've said my piece, and my time's up. It's like I said, I'm just an echo, and echoes always fade away. You know what you have to do.
As the final fragment of glass shatters, you see yourself with newfound clarity. The narrator was right. You are the Long Quiet, a vast and nascent god. And it is finally time for you to wake up. All of this is you. Proceed to the cabin one last time. When you arrive at the heart of things, there is no final vessel for you to bear witness to. There is nothing for you to find.
I can finally see you, and you can finally see me. It's been so long, and my heart has ached for this moment. I've missed you dearly.
I'm the Long Quiet, but I don't really know what that means.
Names are their attempts to capture that which cannot be captured. They call me the Shifting Mound, a pale imitation of what I actually am.
Do you know about the Echo? Did you hear our conversation?
Every word you spoke found its way to me. I know him, and I know his construct. He was deluded by his fear of death. Pay him no mind.
I mean, yeah. Death shouldn't be feared. What happens now?
Ever the passive player, always reacting and never acting. But it's woven into your nature, isn't it? When the Echo spun us from one into two, he gave you a choice and me a role to play. I am not death, but I contain it in my multitudes. So, will you attempt to destroy me and bring about a world devoid of death and the possibility of meaning? Or will you open the final doors to our liberation?
Well, shit. Because she's... Okay, if that's true, I guess she isn't abjectly... she isn't objectively speaking some kind of eldritch abomination. She's just the concept of death, or she contains the concept of death, and I don't think she's right. Death gives meaning to life. I can agree to that. There's so many stories we've left unfinished. Can we really just leave? Don't you have a say in all this? Why is all this falling on me? Let's talk this through. I still have so many questions and need answers before I make a choice. If I let you out, an entire world ends for good. That's true. That still feels very true. If you're always going to become this, then what was the point of me doing anything? Did it even matter? Did it even matter what roads I walked if all of them led to this moment? That feels too nihilistic. There has to be another way. This can't just come down to me either destroying you or letting you out. I won't do it. I told you what was going to happen when we reached this point. Slay the princess. I think it's time for us to leave this place. But I don't know how to leave or where to go. Well, it's the name of the game. We'll do something a little poetic, I guess. I told you what was going to happen when we reached this point. Because it's still technically the princess. Still technically the princess.
I know, and I've been waiting for you to see it through. Violence has always been our language, hasn't it? If this is what it takes to save you, then so be it. I kill you, you kill me. Back and forth we go, faster and faster and faster. I kill you, you kill me. Hollow eyes watch from the dark corners of a forgotten place flooded by emotions left unspoken. The tide rises. I kill you and me. An ending is a passion that can only be expressed with a moment in time. It is a seed for a new beginning. To linger on an ending is to rob it of its life. And without me, all that's left to do is linger.
Reject your perspective. I won't engage with violence. Argue your independence. You act as though the world can't exist without you, but I've existed without you. Reject her authority. You've done nothing but lecture me since the minute I got here. Appeal to your shared humanity. Explore. Address the vessel statement directly. Argue my independence.
Have you? Or is what you think of as independence merely an illusion? Without me, you can have no contrast. And without contrast, you have no shape. I crush you. I bleed you. I grind you to paste. My scars are a memory of what you used to be to me. I want those feelings back. You run, but you do not run away. You take me somewhere new, somewhere we can dance like we used to. But I could not follow your steps. There was no better gift for me than the gift of defeat. You showed me how much more I could be. We made each other better. To have no challenge is to fade into nothing. A life without obstacles is no life at all.
It's interesting that, like, eldritch, immortal, eternal beings have to, like... They need to, like, play with the concept of mortality. Reject her authority.
What you mistake for lecture is merely observation. I only want to help you. You can vainly struggle against me, or you can follow the rhythm of our movement and find our freedom.
There are few things more terrifying than one's own heart, and there is almost nothing more terrifying than sharing it with another. But the most terrifying thing of all is to leave one's heart unshared. You are the only thing like me, and I am the only thing like you. Could you bear the weight of an eternity alone? Do you dare to shape a reality of solitude and thrust it on creation?
Continue to reject her authority. Continue to argue your independence. Continue to argue my independence. What are the woods then? What is the cabin? What is the time we've spent apart, if not me existing as myself?
Time you've spent away from me is still time spent in reference to me. Even then, both of us are more than our bodies. Am I not in the trees?
No.
Am I not in the cabin?
Technically.
Am I not in you?
No.
Flesh is a vehicle, and to destroy the flesh is to strand the spirit. With violence you stranded me, and with violence I sought to twist your flesh back into mine.
Oh, these have... I thought it was before with the one in the pit, like climbing up out of the pit. These have all been her perspectives and how she sees us. That's the Wraith. Okay.
Forced between choosing your death and forfeiting your body, you chose agency. But agency requires action, and action requires endless tapestry of events. In your final moments, would you remove action itself from reality?
Alright, I wouldn't be here if destroying you would leave all of reality a colorless blur. You use all of these pretentious metaphors and pretend you're making grand proclamations, but who I am and who you are. But really, you aren't saying much of anything. You speak about life and death and change and stagnation, but that isn't what any of this has been about. It kind of has been. Sure, pretentious proclamations.
If my words feel meaningless, it's because words are meaningless. If it feels as though I lecture you from above, it is merely because you have refused to climb after me and find where you belong.
What is a person? Is it their body? Is it all of their body? Pluck the eyes, peel the skin, strip the tendons, mince the meat, grind the bones. When it is all gone, do you still have who you started with? A person is not a body. Death is a transformation into something new. It is only bodies that fear it.
All right. Reject her perspective?
But violence has defined the flow of everything between us.
Yeah.
Do not deny what we are, and do not color our conflict with fear.
As the clash between you abates, you begin to shake. Your will rapidly dissolving.
Nothing is immutable. Everything that is exists only in relation to everything it isn't. There is no constant. There is no center. You cannot remove something without removing the relations which define it. To destroy what you perceive as evil is to damn everything you perceive as good. Open your eyes and accept what we are. We can leave this prison together.
You are cruelty itself, and I cannot let you exist. I can't let that happen. Can't let everything die. I have to fight for a better world. Yeah. You are cruelty itself, and I cannot let you exist.
Even now you think you can destroy me. If it takes all of eternity to break your delusion, I will still break it.
You don't have to face her alone.
Which hero are you? You have no idea how good it is to hear you. I can do this alone? I thought you died whenever I looked in the mirror.
I don't think that's wrong, but I'm not sure it's right either. But we can worry about all that later. You'll never be able to strike a decisive blow from out here. There's still a piece of me nestled close to where it all began. I can take you there. I can take you to her heart.
It's time to resume our dance.
She's relentless, isn't she? Let's make this quick. Are you ready? Then let's go.
Here we go. Huh? Huh?
And here we are. I'd say we were back where it all started, but I guess it's a little after that, isn't it? Do you need me to describe things?
I'd like that, for old time's sake. For old time's sake. Did anyone else make it to the cabin?
It's just us. I think the rest of them are still out there, jumbled up in the rest of her.
Take the blade.
That's probably for the best. It's always seemed to give us more options than not.
Into the basement.
The stairs. Do you remember the first time we were here? The first time we heard her voice?
We both know why you're here. You don't have to draw it out for my sake.
It sounded just like that. A little sharp, a little menacing. Only she didn't know us. And down we go. We shouldn't keep her waiting.
And there you are, knife in hand. That sight brings me back. You're going to do it then, aren't you? You're really going to kill me.
Yeah.
You'll have all of eternity to yourself after this. Why don't we chat a little before I go?
I still don't trust like that. I feel like... No, she can't play on my sympathies. I won't let her play on my sympathies.
So this is it then. Let's see this through.
So, that's how it is. Whatever world you want to build without me, I hope it works out. Despite our differences, I've always loved you, and I wish you nothing but the best.
I don't believe that. You blink, and the princess is gone. All you have left of her is a small, melancholic weight that sits at the border of your heart. Whatever action brought you and the princess into being was rough and jagged, and left each of you with a piece of the other. But destroying her once and for all, you also destroyed a part of yourself. But the world hasn't ended. Things continue on.
She's gone. And I don't think she's coming back.
You leave the basement behind. Then the stairs. And then you leave the cabin itself.
It's quiet here.
The path and the woods outside are an empty canvas. But there is even more to see beyond this place. The fruits of your labor, a world free from death. The body of an ancient creature stirs from its hibernation, and you feel sensation in limbs you once couldn't fathom. Everything here is you. You feel your wings spanning a cosmic scale, but twisted and crumpled and bound in agonizing tension to a finite plane. You can feel the glass of the construct pressing in on you, confining you across infinite sides and in infinite angles. You push back and strain against it. But it does not yield.
He's gone. She's gone. No one is left to trap us here but us.
Open your heart and bear witness to your new kingdom. All at once, the unyielding tension gives way. Some kind of the sun, and then the shattering. You are free, and before you lies the endless expanse of absolute reality. A new absolute reality. One forged by your will and by a long and arduous cycle of bloodshed that has stained your hands countless times over. And there will be more bloodshed in this new world.
It's finally over, isn't it? But all of us are still here. I knew we'd finally see it through. All it takes to be a winner is grit and determination. We really did win, didn't we? We're the house now. We get to make the rules. This is nice. No more hunting. No more running. Just us. And whatever's out there. Absolute reality. Who would have thought there was really a world outside of us? And who would have thought we'd actually wind up siding with him? The whispering, and the coercion, and the bickering. Everything horrible about being alive has stopped. I could get used to this.
That wasn't very hard at all. Speak for yourself.
Well, boys, how does it feel? We're not just on top of the pecking order, we are the pecking order now. I hope this was all worth it, because I'm personally
The good ending V2.
inconsolable.
Sick.
Lucky for us, you have forever to get over it. Time mends a lot of things. You'll get better. Hear, hear, to our vanquished foe. It's good to be back. Now we just have to figure out what to do with ourselves. Forever. No problem. We can do that, yeah?
Time to get really good at solitaire.
Yeah. We can do that.
Slay the princess. Jonathan Sims and Nicole Goodnight. Alright. Written and designed by... Okay. You can't play solitaire. No! Cool. VFX, game logo, stock footage, sound assistant, fonts, Patreon alpha testers. Special thanks to Little Creatures, Wednesday the Snake, Spoons the Cat, and Nubs the Small Monster, the Axolotl. No one can do anything ever again without the princess around. We're fine. Our song. Thank you so much for playing. As an expression of our gratitude, here's the track order for a special playlist just for you. If you'd like to take a screenshot, you can hide the UI by hitting H. Okay. Follow us somewhere else, make your playlist. Alright. And that was Slay the Princess. That was a time. I want to thank everybody for hanging out. I genuinely appreciate anybody that takes the time to hang out with me. Let's get socials up. If you're watching this on YouTube where the VODs end up, there is a Discord server if you want to say in what I play next. The votes go on over there. There won't be a vote for this because this tied with some other games. So up next we'll be playing Spyro Attack of the Rhinox on Tuesday. There's also obviously the VODs on YouTube. The Discord has the polls as well as all sources during the end of month stream when I talk about gaming news and what's going on in the gaming sphere. All the sources that we cite, articles that we read, those also get posted over there during the stream, just over the course of the stream. I have a Patreon now. Twitch sure does. Hello. Twitch sure does take its share, doesn't it? So if you want to support me more directly, if you want to support my suffering more directly, there is a Patreon. I'm working on a little update video that I'll share around to multiple sites and sources, so, you know, people know what's going on. Just a little update, because I don't really get around to doing updates all that much. Oh yeah, my film podcast, Kill All Film Majors, with my friend John, KAFM. New episodes every other Saturday. Should be a new episode this Saturday. It's a good time. Good time. What a good game. Alright, I'm gonna get out of here. So, be good. Hang on, let me make sure I'm hovering over the stop. Because I gotta look up here. My whole display is fucked up. Be good. Be kind. Treat people the way that you want to be treated. And I'll catch you in the next one.